guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. President-elect Trump will hit the ground running on Inauguration Day, according to Trump Transition Team spokeswoman Karoline Leavitt. She told Fox News Sunday Morning Futures that Donald Trump would immediately address issues of illegal immigration, inflation, and energy policy.
We know that on day one, he's going to launch the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrants in American history.
Leavitt said Mr. Trump plans to fulfill his promise to revitalize the fracking industry by signing executive orders approving domestic energy projects. Leavitt said tax cut legislation is also a high priority for the new administration. The United Kingdom's ambassador to the US hopes President-elect Trump won't withdraw the country's support for Ukraine. Ambassador Dame Karen Pierce told CBS's Face the Nation the UK's leadership is committed to helping Ukraine amid its war with Russia.
Well, we obviously hope that doesn't happen, and we're going to be wanting to have lots of conversations with the outgoing and incoming administrations on just how best to support Ukraine.
Dame Karen Pierce highlighted the significant support her country and others in Europe have provided for the war effort, emphasizing that a powerful Russia would not be good for the US. She also voiced opposition to Donald Trump's proposed tariffs on European goods.
We don't believe in tariffs as an instrument of trade. We have a slightly different approach from many American trade specialists on that. And I think the last thing the world needs at the moment is a tariff war.
The future of European defence and security in light of the Ukraine war was the key focus of a defence summit in Prague. These are issues taking on even more significance given Donald Trump's victory in the US election. Trent Murray has more from the summit in Prague.
Senior military officials here are using this summit to really hammer the message home that from their perspective, it's important for Europe to invest a lot more into its defence capabilities and to prioritise its capacity to protect itself. We heard from the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Rob Bauer, when he said defence should not be seen as a cost, it is an investment. And he also said that for people in Europe, war, as we've seen in Ukraine, is a whole of society event, and therefore it also needs to have a whole of society preparation level and also an understanding that peace is just not a given. I mean, look, a lot of these messages are not necessarily new. We know that defence spending has been a real hot topic of conversation in recent years here in Europe, but I think also the re-election of President Trump has also thrust it back into the spotlight amid questions over the US's commitment to the Euro-Atlantic and NATO.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the two biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day one of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty. And that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
Much of this, of course, will be determined by the composition of Trump's new foreign policy team. It could include his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in an unofficial position focused on the Middle East, with the Ukraine negotiations to be handled by his Secretary of State, possibly the extreme right Rick Grenell, who served as Trump's ambassador to Germany first time around. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. President-elect Trump will hit the ground running on Inauguration Day, according to Trump transition team spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt. The United Kingdom's ambassador to the US hopes President-elect Trump won't withdraw the country's support for Ukraine. And the future of European defence and security in light of the Ukraine war was the key focus of a defence summit in Prague. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We'll just have to jump right into it. Hi there, we close out the weekend. All right, another in the books. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And of course, turn the page on the calendar, 11th day of November. Hello to all the veterans out there. Happy Veterans Day. Yeah, right on the heels of the anniversary of the Marine Corps birthday, Semper Fi. There you go. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Kind of a cloudy, gray night outside the secret bunker. Actually, the skies, the clouds are breaking up. Things are clearing up. Yeah, down to 54 degrees, I'm showing outside the secret bunker. And yes, Pappy said, it was kind of an ugly gray day. Hey, you folks on the eastern seaboard, you're finally seeing something. What is that falling from the heavens? Moisture. Right about now, that'd be considered liquid gold to you. Yeah, finally, some much-needed rainfall impacting the Northeast. Actually, rain's falling in areas where a number of wildfires are burning there in New Jersey. That'll be beneficial in helping the firefighters out for sure. Yeah, that's the frontal system that moved through our region early and through much of the day on Sunday. So kind of a rainy night. You haven't driven in the rain in a long time. All the way up into the northeastern tier of the country, Vermont, New Hampshire, some lighter rain, rains down to the Boston area. Most of that is light to moderate. Some heavier rains over south central Pennsylvania, down in around the D.C. area, eastern Virginia, on into eastern portions of North Carolina tonight. Still some spotty showers falling in central and south central Georgia. That's our frontal system pushing through the region. Of course, prior to the weekend, the last thorough soaking in most of the Northeast was in late September. These dry conditions have not only increased the wildfire risk, but streams and reservoirs are very low. Many bogs and ponds in New Jersey had literally dried up. Forecasters tell us the rain will only have limited short-term benefits here. No doubt the weather pattern, which has featured plenty of unusually warm days, it's been great for outdoor plans, construction projects, and travel in general. But the building dryness in October escalated to a serious drought. The states of New Jersey and Delaware both officially had their driest Octobers on record. They tell us last month was only the second driest October for the lower 48 combined, second only to 1952. You get the combination of all the dry brush, the fallen leaves, those warm days and windy episodes. Ideal brush fire weather conditions. Dozens of fires have broken out over the past week. Some have affected some major population centers, if not directly from fire, from the significant amount of smoke. The smoke that invaded the New York City area Saturday dispersed a bit on Sunday. Those smoky conditions thickened around Philadelphia due to the fires in southern New Jersey. This rain is going to help clean out the particulates until the fires are extinguished. Some sensitive individuals with respiratory issues maybe need to stay indoors. In some cases, the current 30 to 60-day stretch has never been drier since we've been keeping records. Trenton, New Jersey, for example, the all-time record of consecutive days with no measurable rain was indeed broken. The old record was 38 days back in 1903. Records dating back to the conclusion of the Civil War in 1865. New York City only picked up 1/100th of an inch of rain, with only a few drops having fallen in Philadelphia. In both examples, evaporation and the lack of rain have dried the soil. Stream and river levels have plummeted. According to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, reservoir levels in much of that state had dropped to about 60% of capacity, and levels were continuing to drop daily. During a typical year, when rain is close to historical average, reservoir levels tend to reach full capacity in late spring and then drop gradually during the summer into the early fall as demand draws on that water. From winter to spring, water levels tend to rise. Rainfall runoff exceed the amount of demand. This fall, though, reservoirs have dropped to the levels that are much lower and were plummeting quickly due to the lack of rain. Some of those reservoirs have taken on a look similar to the California drought from a few years ago. Forecasters indeed citing some opportunities for rain in the past week or so, but as predicted, it's been rather light and sporadic. Rain that had pushed through the Ohio Valley to the Appalachians Sunday afternoon. Some of that reaching finally the Atlantic coast here Sunday night. This rain will be kind of a record breaker in the sense that it's going to snap the record number of days without measurable rain there in parts of the Northeast. A non-tropical storm will have already tapped into a significant amount of Gulf of Mexico moisture and should have time to grab a bit from the Atlantic before this front sweeps on through the area. So yes, it was a good soaking rain that we saw through at the early morning and afternoon hours in this area. Much needed rainfall. Meanwhile, it's the tale of two coasts, our east coast and the central portions of the country. It's a great night for moving freight. As everybody dug out there from the snowstorm that stranded hundreds of motorists on the highways, parts of Colorado, New Mexico, even portions of Utah. Late last week and into the weekend, hundreds of vehicles stranded out there in the winter conditions for many, many hours. Our next storm is coming ashore. We've got rains tonight stretching from Portland, Oregon, up to the Seattle area. You can see plenty of rain poised to sweep ashore off the eastern Pacific. Yeah, the Northwest is going to have multiple storms during the course of this week. It will bring rain, mountain snow, and more cold weather. After much of this week has been dry and rain and snow were focused further to the east over the Rockies and Plains. Yeah, those difficult travel conditions begin to arrive with precip and winds overnight tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning. Now, as the case very often is with Pacific Northwest storms this time of year, snow levels will initially start out rather high. Overnight tonight into Monday, snow levels begin to fall. That said, much of the snow is expected to remain above most of the passes in the Cascades. Snow levels will be at their lowest across the Cascades at the beginning of the week when they're expected to dip down to about 4,000 feet. Many of Washington's passes are actually below that elevation. There are higher ones, such as Snoqualmie and Stevens, that could have some snowflakes mix in. Rain and snow advance east of the Cascades down into California during the day Monday. Most of the precip's not going to get further east than probably western Montana and further south than northern California through the day on Monday. By Monday night, then, snow could get as far south and east as western Wyoming and northeastern Utah. Not expected to accumulate at pass level, the snow could still be blown around with windy conditions in the mountains. There's due to less friction over the water, so the wind speeds are frequently elevated a bit right along the coastal locations versus areas a bit further inland. It looks like the winds and the rain will both taper off on Tuesday. Still going to be breezy with a few showers lingering in areas like Seattle, Washington, and Portland, Oregon. But the next storm doesn't waste any time. Right on the heels arrives Tuesday night. It also will be a significant storm. Rain, mountain snow, gusty winds with this storm as well. Any notable precip will struggle to push inland compared to this first storm. Despite that, precip totals will be pretty impressive along the coast from both events. We could be talking 3 to 4 inches of rainfall in the Olympics, 1 or 2 inches of rain for Seattle and Portland. Recent systems have really eliminated most of the drought that was affecting western portions of those states earlier this fall. Even though the rainfall not expected to be overly excessive, there could still be some minor issues with these back-to-back storms, and the pattern's kind of slated to continue over the coming days and weeks. Marianne joins us out of the box this Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to the overnight crew. Philly Dan, it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Congratulations. Eagles win. And did you see Bitcoin has hit nearly $81,000. It hit $80,000 over the weekend, and I had printed that up early on Sunday morning. Where does Bitcoin go from here? Some say the sky is the limit. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Hello, Pappy. That means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker as Steve throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane. Overnight drive is hammered down. 55 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It was a rainy morning. It was a gloomy day, but our future is bright. For this country, though, celebration time's over. There's a lot of work ahead of us. The globalists and deep state aren't taking our victory lying down. Happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps, the toughest, baddest warriors on the planet. Semper Fi, all you jarheads. Let's get this week started, so snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe and turn up that dial. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll get the official word. What day is it, right? Yeah, before we get to Cap and Ron, and his call there as we were one day closer to the greatest day of the week, Friday morning, he was talking about he saw a big jump in prices at the pump, like a 30-cent per gallon jump overnight. Had no idea what the reasoning would have been. Then come to find out, I guess it was right about that time, we had the Hurricane Rafael that was pushing into the Gulf of Mexico. And at that point in time, some of the models had it coming up somewhere along the U.S. southern coast. That has since changed, but more than a quarter of crude oil production and nearly 17% of natural gas output in the Gulf of Mexico was offline due to Rafael. According to the energy regulator over the weekend, the storm entered the Gulf of Mexico. At one point had ramped up to a major Category 3 hurricane Wednesday. Moved into the central Gulf, prompting oil firms to evacuate dozens of production and drilling facilities, since which point Rafael has now weakened back to a tropical storm. It's actually going to meander. Well, it did meander in the central Gulf for a few days, and now the models are saying it's going to begin dropping southward, and at some point probably just fall apart. But there were 490,000 plus barrels of oil and 313 million cubic feet of natural gas shut in on Saturday, according to the offshore regulator, BSEE. Gulf of Mexico federal offshore oil production accounts for 15% of U.S. crude production, 2% of natural gas production. Oil and gas workers had been evacuated from 41 of the manned production platforms. 7 drilling vessels had been moved out of the storm's path. Storm losses last week totaled 1.59 million barrels of oil and 826 million cubic feet of natural gas from those several days of offshore drilling shutdowns. So I guess that would explain it. Meanwhile, well, there it is. Welcome, Captain Ron.
Well, here we are, another greatest day of the week. Well, I guess that kind of explains the oil or the gasoline price, but nobody else went up. There was only a handful of stations, but nobody else went up. It was just them that was at like 289 or whatever it was. And of course, they came down now a whole 2 cents.
Okay, all right.
Of course. So, happy day late on my Marine Corps brethren. I look pretty good for 249, don't I?
I saw that. You've aged a bit since then, haven't you?
Yeah, 249 years now. Anyway, and happy Veterans Day to those that served ahead of me and maybe same time as me and even after me. How about my boss getting another championship for the NASCAR?
I did not.
Even the pace.
I didn't pull that up. Who actually took it? I didn't catch.
Logano won the championship, and if you look it up, even the pace car had a crash. I haven't seen it yet, but yeah, the pace car crashed.
Okay, that's unusual. That's first time for everything.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, I've never heard of that one, but I haven't seen it yet, so I can't wait to see it. So I don't know if I'm going to do my restaurant tour this year or not. I can't eat as much at one time like I used to. I'm on that Ozempic shot.
Okay.
It kind of makes your stomach kind of tight all the time. So I don't know if I'll go do it or not. A lot of them don't open till like 11 o'clock, and I've actually been in bed by like 11:30 now. But I am going to go to Publix and get my 10% off. And any of you veterans that are out there, you can check out veterans deals in your area. There's Chili's and Applebee's, and you get a voucher for Longhorn that you can use anytime before May for an entree and 2 sides. And there's just all kinds of deals you can get on there today for being a veteran.
I had pulled
It's
up
worth
the.
it.
If you go to the military.com website, they've compiled a list of all kinds of deals out there.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't think of the web address. I just Googled Veterans Day deals near me, and all that popped up. But yeah, that list is even better than what I thought. What was it again? Military.com?
Correct.
I may have to look that up in a little while. Well, I thought my Wolverines were going to upset Indiana, but they didn't. I guess Big Ed will let us know on the reports of all of that.
Yeah, Ed had a good weekend. Yeah, he went 5 out of 6.
Yeah? Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty good. I wouldn't have thought that, but... Well, I don't have much else, and I see we're at the bottom of the hour, so I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening at the app.
All right. Thanks for reminding us. It's the greatest day of the week. Yes, it is Veterans Day. I'll break down a few of the deals out there. Military.com, they asked their readers to share their favorite Veterans Day discount deals. And they came through with all kinds of deals. Free food, saving secrets, all kinds of stuff. All right, news break.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. President-elect Trump will hit the ground running on Inauguration Day, according to Trump Transition Team spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt. She told Fox News Sunday Morning Futures that Donald Trump would immediately address issues of illegal immigration, inflation, and energy policy.
We know that on day one, he's going to launch the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrants in American history.
Leavitt said Mr. Trump plans to fulfill his promise to revitalize the fracking industry by signing executive orders approving domestic energy projects. Leavitt said tax cut legislation is also a high priority for the new administration. The United Kingdom's ambassador to the US hopes President-elect Trump won't withdraw the country's support for Ukraine. Ambassador Dame Karen Pierce told CBS's Face the Nation the UK's leadership is committed to helping Ukraine amid its war with Russia.
Well, we obviously hope that doesn't happen, and we're going to be wanting to have lots of conversations with the outgoing and incoming administrations on just how best to support Ukraine.
Dame Karen Pierce highlighted the significant support her country and others in Europe have provided for the war effort, emphasizing that a powerful Russia would not be good for the US. She also voiced opposition to Donald Trump's proposed tariffs on European goods.
We don't believe in tariffs as an instrument of trade. We have a slightly different approach from many American trade specialists on that. And I think the last thing the world needs at the moment is a tariff war.
The future of European defence and security in light of the Ukraine war was the key focus of a defence summit in Prague. These are issues taking on even more significance given Donald Trump's victory in the US election. Trent Murray has more from the summit in Prague.
Senior military officials here using this summit to really hammer the message home that from their perspective, it's important for Europe to invest a lot more into its defence capabilities and to prioritise its capacity to protect itself. We heard from the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Rob Bauer, when he said defence should not be seen as a cost, it is an investment. And he also said that for people in Europe, war, as we've seen in Ukraine, is a whole of society event, and therefore it also needs to have a whole of society preparation level and also an understanding that peace is just not a given. I mean, look, a lot of these messages are not necessarily new. We know that defence spending has been a real hot topic of conversation in recent years here in Europe, but I think also the re-election of President Trump has also thrust it back into the spotlight amid questions over the US's commitment to the Euro-Atlantic and NATO.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
So, yes, indeed, rolling into Veterans Day. I mentioned from military.com. They said, our readers love celebrating Veterans Day with Texas Roadhouse. From their famous basket of bread and honey butter to hand-cut steaks, this eatery was our respondents' number one pick. And it's no wonder Texas Roadhouse has a phenomenal Veterans Day deal. All current, active, and veteran members of the military are invited to enjoy a free entree, 2 sides, and soft drink. Soft drink, sweet tea, iced tea, or coffee during lunch for Veterans Day. If you're not close to a Texas Roadhouse, they say there are similar restaurants that have deals. Outback Steakhouse offers a free bloomin' onion and beverage with the purchase of an entree. If you can't make it to Outback on Veterans Day, they have a 10% military discount every day. Yeah, meanwhile, Logan's Steakhouse. Ask for the Veterans Day menu. You can choose from a free entree during lunchtime today. Logan's offers free meals to active duty military and veterans also on Memorial Day and July 4th as well. And you've got Sizzlers. You can choose a free shrimp, chicken, or steak lunch entree today. All right, Applebee's, eating good in the neighborhood. They've got quite a Veterans Day deal. Yeah, you can choose a free lunch or dinner from a select menu of 7 of their most popular entrees. And you'll also get a $5 what they call bounce back card. It's valid at all participating locations for 3 weeks after the holiday today. I'll just share a couple of others. If you've got a Ruby Tuesday nearby, you can enjoy a complimentary garden bar, smash burger, or cheeseburger entree anytime during business hours today. Yeah, Chili's restaurants, you can choose a free entree. There's a select menu for Veterans Day. Golden Corral, they say, beginning at 5 p.m. Participating locations host a military appreciation night, which includes a free entree. All right, just a few, and there's, like I said, there's dozens or probably hundreds of various deals out there available for Veterans Day. All right. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 51 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line. Light rain. On my way to Hartford, Connecticut to get the new week started here. All right. Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Buckeye Boy, Conyers, Georgia. 55 as well. Got my pickup done in Bluffton, South Carolina. About 1:30. Headed to my mom's to spend the night, and I'll be delivering nearby later today. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Brain Dead, good morning. Happy Manic Monday. 62, kind of foggy at the Memphis International Airport. Got called in to run to Paducah, Kentucky, and Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Oh, fun. Had a lot going on in the NASCAR world this weekend. I'll check in a bit later in the program. All right. Yeah, I mean, that was championship weekend, right? It's another season in the books. Hello, Norman. Checking in from north central Kansas. 45 degrees, clear skies. The Big Tipper is loaded. We're headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. All right. Thank you very much. Buckeye Boy said, I saw some posts. The snowfall amounts they saw out west with that storm. That was something else. Yeah, I've got a brother who lives in the Denver area. He was sharing photos about a foot of snow on his car. They were kind of snowed in over the weekend. Let's see. Dennis, I've been celebrating for the last week. Haven't been listening in much. Has Sundance been crying? Oh, well, we heard from Sundance a time or two, but now he's trying to put on a straight face, making it sound like he's thrilled. Yeah, right. Dirty Harry, what do you say? Good morning, all. Yes, it's Victory Monday as the Indianapolis Colts are the latest victims of the Buffalo Bills. And Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, you're next. And I'd like to thank each and every veteran out there and wish them and wish the Mighty Marines a very happy birthday. And me, I'm gooder, but today ain't about me. It's about them veterans. Love y'all. Thank you. Very good. Dirty Harry, as you continue that battle, fighting the cancer thing there. All right, so the Kansas City Chiefs. I see the Chiefs. They're still undefeated, right? They won over the weekend. So can Buffalo take those Chiefs down? I think the Chiefs won with a last-minute blocked field goal or something yesterday. So, all right, whoever your favorite team is, go Chiefs, right? Good morning, Sylvester. Good morning, folks. Hope all is well. It's kind of a humid 69 degrees here in Kurrenbong. I'm hopeful that the people of the U.S. will come to understand the significance of the day today. Praise God for every man and woman who have stood the line to defend the United States and its allies. Veterans Day, yes, indeed. Scotty is on board. Thank you, Scotty. He's a veteran as well. How you doing?
Just another day in paradise. Had to work a little extra last week and didn't get home till yesterday morning or Sunday morning, and around do it one more time. But happy Veterans Day to everybody out there. Speaking of the veteran military appreciation, you guys didn't go to the military appreciation on the cruise. I was surprised. Did you just forget it, or
I don't know what we were doing. I mean, I didn't know anything about it actually.
It's on every cruise, and I figured I'd see you and Double R and Mike and Steven and everybody. I figured I know. Well, me and Double R went down there. That's right. and I think who else went? There was somebody else went with us, but anyway, I guess Lester went down with us. But anyway, Pilot today is offering $12 off on any hot food, coffee, and soft drink and everything. Also, so anybody's got a Pilot card, and I think you have to go in there and do a verification that you're a veteran, and that's how you get it. Because of course, if you're a veteran and you got a Pilot rewards card, and you do that, you get 10% off all the time anyway. I don't know if people realize that or not, but I mean it saves a little bit.
Sure.
And then they offer once a month there's some kind of little maybe a pack of Oreos or something like that. Like I said, once a month anyway. There's some kind of deal for veterans. But don't guess I'm gonna get a second go get a meal. But usually the Roadhouse, what they do in Wichita, they hand out a voucher to be used later on, and because I go in there as much as I do, usually when I go in there, they'll just comp a meal for me, because they know I'm not in town usually on that day or whatever, But anyway,
trying to find something when
That's
you're
all
out
I
there.
wanted to
When you're out there on the road, it's probably hard to know where your nearby place to go is.
Yeah, I mean, getting a truck in all those places and everything too. Like, I mean, I'm usually at a Flying J during the day when I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I got a little different run this time, but it's like I said, there's still places I'm sure that other than Pilot, Flying J that offer some kind of deal. But like I said, I'm usually not one to take and go. We used to go to Golden Corral every now and then, but it was just so packed and everything, and I just don't really care much about going out there and fighting the crowds. I'd rather go on the off nights.
Yeah, right.
But but anyway. Okay, that's about all I wanted to add into what your list there. That's something that maybe a driver can get to. But,
all right, Scotty. Well,
happy Veterans Day to everybody, and
for all
I'll let y'all later.
Thanks for checking in there. Yes, indeed. See, pulling up another list here, and I mean, if you go alphabetical, I mean, the list is extensive. Yeah, the number of restaurants offering deals out there. I mean, from your fast food joints to your sit-down diners. I mean, how about White Castle, a free breakfast combo or Castle combo number 1? Number 1 to 6, I'm sorry. So any of the combo meals for veterans or active duty military, that number 1 combo was always my go-to. 4 White Castles with cheese, fries, and a soft drink. For those who like to punish themselves, eating sliders at 5 o'clock in the morning. But that was my deal. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. The wildfires in the Northeast, I mentioned a New York forest ranger lost his life battling one of the number of wildfires in New Jersey and New York, amid the dry conditions that prompted air quality warnings in both states this past day. The Eastern Dutchess County Fire and Rescue said the New York State Forestry Service reported that the forest ranger, whose name wasn't released, died when a tree fell on him Saturday afternoon as he battled a major brush fire along the New York-New Jersey border there. The Post stated, "Rest in peace, brother. Your shift is over. Job well done." The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection's Forest Fire Service reported the sprawling blaze had spread to more than 3 square miles near the border with Passaic County's West Milford and Orange County, New York. Dubbed the Jennings Creek wildfire, that one was threatening several homes and other buildings in the Long Pond Ironworks Historic District, they had issued alerts for the air quality, the smoke from the fires. People were urged to limit strenuous outdoor physical activity if possible. New Jersey officials, meanwhile, reported 75% containment of a 175-acre fire in the Pompton Lakes area of Passaic County. That one was threatening 55 homes. They did not have to order evacuations. Progress being reported on fires in the Bethany Run area on the border of Burlington and Camden counties, and a blaze along the Palisades Interstate Parkway in Bergen County. Prosecutors in Ocean County late Saturday afternoon announced arson and firearms charges in connection with a 350-acre Jackson Township fire that started last Wednesday. They said that was sparked by magnesium shards from a shotgun round on the berm of a shooting range. Now, officials said firing that kind of incendiary or tracer ammunition was barred in the state, and the majority of the blaze, that particular blaze, has been contained there. But so somebody facing charges. It is 844-844-3388. Kicking off a brand new week, the greatest day of the week.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we do have some industry headlines as we start the new week. Making progress in North Carolina. Word comes down a 9-mile stretch of I-40 in North Carolina could reopen to traffic in both directions by January 1st. The North Carolina DOT announced this target date for the portion of I-40 that was washed away by the Pigeon River thanks to Helene back in late September. Now, they said completing a stabilization project on the westbound lanes of I-40 will allow vehicles to travel at 40 miles per hour in each direction of this stretch, connecting North Carolina and Tennessee. They say we're optimistic that our contract partners can complete the work, establish it'll be one narrow lane in each direction, and create a safe work zone for the long-term restoration. In a press release, she said, we're working to open I-40 when it's safe. It'll be tight conditions for everybody, but if everybody's patient, everybody can get through. As we know, hurricane damage led to the closure of more than 600 roads in North Carolina. $8.5 million is being spent on the stabilization repairs. That includes the installation of soil nail walls. According to the DOT, they plan to implement a quick tow contract similar to what was used during the Interstate 26 widening projects to reduce crashes and delays. Either way, long-term plans for the reconstruction of I-40 remain in the development stage at this point. No time frame has been decided on for design or construction, and there's still no general estimate of the cost to repair this portion of I-40 at this time. But opening one lane in both directions will establish the critical connectivity for the transport of goods and services to and through the mountains. Like many things in our area, it's not going to be like it was for a long time, but it will be better than we've had in recent weeks. We're still working collaboratively to put together the best long-term solution. So incrementally, one step at a time, trying to get things back together there. I-40, I-26. I mean, even having one lane in each direction, I'd say obviously it's going to be heavily, a lot of traffic backups in either direction at any given time. But if you take it slow, and again, that's why they're saying 40 miles per hour. Take it slow, folks. We can get you through here, and that's better than the alternative, right? Well, today is, of course, Veterans Day. We kick off, so I should say, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association kicks off their annual campaign aimed at helping veterans. Entering its 18th year, OOIDA's Truckers for Troops. The event helping to raise funds for a number of veterans organizations, as well as for care package to send to U.S. troops stationed overseas, starting today through November 17. Now, what is Truckers for Troops? New and renewed OOIDA memberships will be offered at a discount price of $35 for a year. You can join or renew for as many years as you'd like at that discounted rate. 10% of the total amount paid goes to Truckers for Troops. Then OOIDA matches those dollars or funds dollar for dollar. And they always mention individual tax-deductible contributions are welcome for Truckers for Troops. This has been a tradition since 2007. Originally dedicated to sending care packages to service personnel that were stationed in combat zones. And, of course, going back in the years, we had Operation Enduring Freedom. We had Iraq. We had Afghanistan, where actually at one point in time, my son and his group of buddies, a band of brothers, were the beneficiaries of one of those care packages, again, while they were stationed in Afghanistan. Not nearly as many stationed in war zones currently as there were then. But since the inception, OOIDA members have donated roughly $811,000 to veterans and veteran organizations. The money raised by the annual campaign has provided nearly 3,300 care packages to nearly 40,000 members of the military. Keeping in mind, one care package covers a whole number of brothers at one time there. They've also sent aid packages to 65 facilities caring for wounded, disabled, and homeless veterans. So if you'd like to participate, the phone lines open up 7:30 a.m. till 5:30 Central Time today, Monday through Friday. You can call 816-229-5719 all this week. Or you can go online to ooida.com. Simply click on Become a Member to join or renew. Truckers for Troops kicking off today. All right, on Monday, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Hope you had a good weekend. College football. Big Ed may have dozed off. I'm not exactly sure. Are you with me? But he had a good weekend, 5 out of 6.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics U.S. President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent Jagrati Dave has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. one, Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the two biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day one of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty. And that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
Much of this, of course, will be determined by the composition of Trump's new foreign policy team. It could include his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in an unofficial position focused on the Middle East, with the Ukraine negotiations to be handled by his Secretary of State, possibly the extreme right Rick Grenell, who served as Trump's ambassador to Germany first time around. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Donald Trump speaks to Vladimir Putin, tells him to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden is also likely to urge Trump to not abandon Ukraine when he meets with him at the White House this week. Pro-Palestinian protesters detained in Amsterdam for defying a ban on gatherings. Hundreds demonstrated over the weekend demanding an end to the war in Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, it's a Monday. Closing out the weekend, time zone to time zone. Make our way into Veterans Day. There you go, 11th day of November. Thank you to all the veterans out there. All right, not the best of weekends. I think I had mentioned late last week. Felt like I was coming down with something. Just wasn't feeling it. Waking up with the crusty eyes, sinus congestion, post-nasal drip. I said, all right. By Saturday, I said, I gotta check this out. Because I was concerned about maybe COVID. Princess had that a few weeks ago, and I said, it's been way too long. I wouldn't be coming down, but it turned out to be strep. Which she said it's going around like wildfire right now. So, a little run of antibiotics. So I've had 2 days of antibiotics in. That should start kicking in pretty soon. Knock on wood, but 'tis the time of year, cold and flu season, so unlike so many others that were sick as a dog after the cruise, like Big Ed, I got the creepy crud.
Well, big question, did you stay home or did you go out and pass it around?
I just stayed home.
That's the best thing for it. Stay home and drink plenty of juice. And, well, they say starve a cold and feed a fever. Is that the old wise thing?
I think if memory serves, yeah. You know, the doctor said once you've had your first 12 hours of antibiotic, you're not supposed to be contagious anymore. So I shouldn't be contagious now.
Well, I'm not going to come over and kiss you just to find out. That's about a poor joke, wasn't it? Boy, I'll tell you what, Steve. Man, you sure were burning up the phone lines last week. With all that politics and everything, I guess everybody's going to be getting settled down.
Yeah, everything's settling in. It's like a regular old Monday here, but...
Well, I'll tell you, I had a good weekend of college football. The only thing that messed up my perfect record was Ole Miss, and I guess I'm going to have to start showing them a little more love, you know. I really didn't think they could pull it off, beating Georgia, and I really thought after the first quarter when their quarterback went down with that bum knee that they wouldn't be able to win it. But, well, I guess they proved me wrong, which I only got to watch the first quarter, and then I got sidetracked and didn't get to finish watching the whole game. So I guess they proved me wrong. And I'll tell you, though, but them other games, Michigan, like I told you, they wasn't going to lay down and die. They only lost that game by 5 points against Indiana. Did you watch any of the football?
A little bit. I don't have access to much, Ed, but yeah, I did get to see a little bit. I saw some of the
Steve,
Georgia
all
game.
I have is Airwave. You know, I got a regular TV antenna. It kind of sticks up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And I get all my channels are free that I get. And with that and on my telephone, I'm able to watch any game I want to watch. So you ain't got no excuse, Steve. You're going to have to start paying more attention. Because you do have the technology available to watch. All you got to do is want to watch it. But anyway.
I ain't put the effort in to figure it out. I know that there's got to be a way with the smart TV. I don't even think I need an outdoor antenna. I mean, if I've got to go somewhere into this.
You still need an outdoor antenna.
Do you?
Yeah. You still need it. Your smart TV, you should be able to connect your phone. Like I watch ESPN on my phone. That's where I pick up a lot of games. And then your smart TV should be able to pick up your phone if you want to watch ESPN on your phone. I don't know. That's just what I've heard.
Mm-hmm. Do you have?
But you still
don't you have to have don't you have to have like a membership to watch ESPN on the phone? Don't you have to pay a monthly or something, or is it free?
Well, a thief like myself, Steve, I can't be giving my secrets away.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, but if there's a will you want to watch something, there's a way to do it.
Okay.
So I just, you don't ever know who's listening. So I'll just say it. I'm just telling you, you can watch it if you just search around and look around. But it's like I say, that antenna, because there are some free channels like Fox that you can pick up off the airwaves. That's why you need that antenna. And I ain't talking about one of them little cheap black thing boxes from Walmart either. I'm going to go get you. You know what I'm talking about? An airwave antenna. Got like 5, 6, 7, 8 little aluminum
Right,
lines. Right.
Yeah, like we had when I was a kid, right? You had to push the button to turn the antenna around.
Right. Which I got mine on a pole where I can turn it with my hand if I need to. But I pick up like, I don't know, 50 channels. And they're not all I'm not picking up all the same channels. You know, I pick up like 3 or 4 different sports channels off the airwaves. So, yeah, I would highly encourage you to go get one. You can go yard sales, find one cheap. You ain't got to go pay $100.
Right. Yeah, it's
so.
That's like ancient technology.
Yeah, I mean, but it serves my needs. I know that. I ain't gonna pay for that those all them channels. You get 200 or 300 channels, and 25 of them the same damn channels. You know,
right? I mean, you know, and when I was paying, I mean, $100 a month, I'd do it. You know. And then they give you, they'll give you 12 months, and then the next year, then all of a sudden you get a bill for $197. I said, "What the hell's going on here?" They said, your 12 months is up. I'm not going to pay $200 a month because really, I'll watch the Weather Channel when something's going on. I'll watch my Fox News, and of course, then you'll get a NASCAR race or something and some football on the weekends. But I don't watch a whole lot of TV.
Right, and like I said, I just do it on my phone, but I've got. XM on the phone where if I need to, I can listen to the games on sports channels on XM.
Yep.
So even when I was out there on the road, I didn't. It was a little tougher watching some of the games, but I always managed to watch the game I wanted to watch. So. Anyway, so yeah, go get you one of them antennas, I'm telling you. But with that smart TV, yeah, you can pick up anything that's on your phone, providing you got a smartphone.
Yeah.
It's just like I got Pluto TV on the phone, and I get all kinds of movies on the phone. I have to put up with a few commercials, but I did away with Netflix because I was paying for Netflix, and then they started commercials, and I ain't gonna pay for. If I'm paying a TV service, I'm not gonna pay for commercials. That's just all there is to it. So I did away with my Netflix, and then I've got another one on there if I want to watch movies I can pick up and watch. So but it comes in handy. But I don't pay nothing, other than my regular old phone bill.
Mm-hmm.
So Steve,
you had a game, Ed, that I saw your post. That I guess it was BYU Utah that came down to the wire. You picked BYU.
That was a game, Steve. You remember I told you the other night the record, you could throw that out the door when they come to Utah and BYU. They kind of got away from playing each other for quite a while when BYU was independent and Utah went to the Pac-12. But anytime they played, they always called it the Holy War. And man, that's just what it was. It was just. It went down, and BYU kicked the field goal, and there was 4 seconds left when they made that field goal. But every time I thought BYU was out of it, Utah would stumble over themselves, and everybody's saying there was a penalty that got thrown on the Utah's defense where the guy was holding, and it was a clean call, and Utah was trying to say, well, they got cheated out of the game because of that call. That was not no refs. It wasn't a rigged deal, and you can clearly see the defensive guy grabbing the receiver's jersey and pulling him back when the receiver's trying to go downfield, and that was a clear hold. And that gave Utah the life they needed, that one call. And they was able to march it down and get it close enough for the field goal. And it was just an overall good football game. I thought BYU was going to lose it, but they managed to pull it out, which sets them up. If they went out and can Colorado beat Texas Tech, and that between those two, which I took Colorado, they're probably the ones going to play for the Big 12 championship. So that's going to be real interesting to follow them the next 3 weeks. In the 3 weeks, we'll know who's going to be playing in the playoffs. I know that because you got several teams that's got to bye. Then South Carolina, they beat Vandy like I figured they would, and then Alabama. Hey, they knew they had to go in there and take care of business, and they did there at LSU. So every other than Ole Miss, I was 5 wins, 1 loss, which brings me 41-15 for the year. And now this week, I'm looking at the games. You know, I hate to pick teams that, well, okay, like Miami versus Georgia Tech. You know, because I looked at that game last week and I'm thinking, well, that's a gimme game. You know what I mean by gimme game, right? Hey, you're playing a lesser opponent that you should win. Well, what do? They lose. They lose to Georgia Tech. And really, and I have yet to pick Miami this year because they remind me so much of last year's Florida State. So it gets down to nitty gritty. Even if Miami makes it in the playoffs, I don't see them going very, past the first game. I'll be honest with you, I don't. And that's not, take away from them. They've done nothing that impresses me as far as their victories. So, they're just going to have to show me a little more before I'll accept them as one of the more stronger teams out there, which Ole Miss has. But yet I've been harsh on them, but I'll tell you this: I ain't figured out this Southeast Conference yet. How they're going to pick the top team because you got Texas. Texas got a big upcoming game with Texas A&M, and that's going to be just like the BYU Utah game when they play it. You can throw the records out the door because they're just going to go in there and beat the dog crap out of each other. So, but you got Tennessee that's got Georgia coming up this weekend. And I can tell you right now, I'm taking Tennessee over Georgia. And so they're in the hunt. And then Alabama ain't out of the hunt yet as far as making the playoffs. So this is all still going to get real interesting. Next 3 weeks will give us our final outcome. But as far as this week, I'm looking at the schedule and I'm thinking, God, man, there's just too many gimme games. And I don't like picking gimme games. To me, that just takes away from what I'm trying to say is if you study your teams, these games with a lot of meat on their bones, then you pick that winning team, it's more impressive. Or you understand what I'm saying?
Correct, yes.
In other words, anybody can call in here. Well, Grump, he's tried two weeks in a row to go against me, and both times he got shellacked.
Whoops.
But so you might want to call him when he calls it. You might have called him out on the carpet. I called him today because he went with he went with Ole Miss, which he got that one, but he was going against me on Colorado, I believe it was, and he was taking LSU over Alabama, and then I believe Utah over BYU. But yeah, that's all right. Old Grump, he just wants somebody to argue with. So I would call him. We'd text back and forth. But yeah, I know what when I'm studying these games, it's like I told you. If I study them, I can just about tell you who's going to win. Even old Nick Saban picked Vanderbilt over South Carolina. Well, he was wrong. I knew South Carolina would take Vanderbilt. So, but I'm going to have to look at the schedule this week I may only pick 3 teams. You know, I don't want to, like I say, I don't want to pick none of these gimmies because to me that hurts my maybe they'll say I'm a prognosticator and prognosticators. Are you with me on that?
Yes, sir. Right? So,
yes, sir.
Well,
so if I pick this
reason,
week, the game. Go ahead.
I'm thinking the Tennessee Georgia. That is Georgia going to bounce
That's got
back?
meat on the bone.
And where's Georgia going to go in the rankings? I mean, because they were number 2, right, going into the weekend. They're ESPN
right now has got them at. Let's see. I think they're number 13.
Wow, big drop.
Yes, but they dropped down to number 13. Army is still undefeated, but they've got a big game coming up against Boise State here in a couple of weeks. Now, if Army can beat Boise State, then the posters are going to have to take notice. They're going to be in the hunt to get into the playoffs. But Army's got to beat Boise State. Now, if Army don't beat Boise State, then they're not going to get into the playoffs, which that'll give them one loss. You know, but overall record, they're still a good record, and I think Boise State's rated number 12 this week, so they're right there at the door in the playoffs. And I can tell you right quick, ESPN, 1 Oregon, 2 Ohio State, 3 Texas, 4 Tennessee, 5 Indiana, 6 Pennsylvania, 7 BYU, 8 Alabama. Miami, with their loss, they dropped back to 9th. And then number 10, Ole Miss. And I'm really surprised Ole Miss ain't a little higher than I figured Ole Miss ought to be up there where Penn State's at. All right, in my opinion. But the posters, like myself, I ain't showing them no respect. But I'm going to start showing them some respect. That's for damn sure. But I think that's. I would reverse that 10 being number 10 and Ole Miss being number 6. The Notre Dame, they're still in the hunt. They're at number 11. Yeah. Notre Dame's got a big game coming up here in a couple of weeks. I got to look at it, see which one it is. But that's where we're at. But we're at 41-15, and we still got some good football left. A couple of more good weeks. So I will be looking at the picks this week, and like I say, if I only pick 3 teams, it's because the rest of them, I like I say, I'm not going to pick a gimme game because that don't set well in my books. I want a game that's got some meat that I can study. Say, okay, based on what I'm seeing here, this is who should win the game. And right now, I'll tell you this: I am taking Tennessee over Georgia.
Okay.
So. That's all I've got, Steve. Mr. Prognosticator. I'm going to sign out, sir, and try to sit back and listen to you.
You got quite the winning record going on here. All right, final note. Yep. In our recent conversations, we've had about the education department. Is Trump going to eliminate the federal Department of Education? We discussed that pretty in-depth Friday morning. And Saturday, I came across a memo that had gone down there in Ed's home state of Oklahoma, which states a memo sent to superintendents across Oklahoma last Thursday says the State Department will work hand in hand with the Trump administration to transition to what they call block grants. Yeah, Trump campaigned on the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education. Now, State Superintendent Ryan Walters is enthusiastically preparing Oklahoma schools for just that. Again, the memo went to superintendents across the state last week. Walters says his department is preparing to work hand in hand with an incoming Trump administration to continue the work of dismantling the federal government's decades of undue influence over public education. The memo supports eliminating the federal education department in favor of moving to block grants. He outlined 5 areas where he sees this as beneficial for Oklahoma schools. First, parental rights. Number 2, ending the social indoctrination in classrooms. Number 3, protecting patriotism in their curriculum. Stopping illegal immigration's impact on schools. And blocking foreign influence. Memo also said the State Department will be directing their resources to ensure those priorities are championed so schools can smoothly transition after the coming changes. So it sounds like, indeed, change is on the horizon. And then I saw that, I guess, word came out over the weekend here. Yeah, Trump had been campaigning on a massive deportation agenda when he takes office. And I guess the headlines were they're putting their money where their mouth is. Deporting illegals will begin on day one, according to top Trump aides. Caroline Leavitt, the national campaign press secretary, said President Trump's blowout victory is an endorsement by the voters of policies that he championed on the campaign trail. The American people delivered a resounding victory for Trump, and that gives him a mandate to govern as he campaigned, to deliver on the promises he made, which include, on day one, launching the largest mass deportation operation of illegal immigrants that Kamala Harris has allowed into this country. It includes drill, baby drill, and expediting permits for nuclear, fossil fuels, for an above-all energy approach that's going to bring down the cost of living in this country. It includes on day one bringing Ukraine and Russia to the negotiating table to end this war and to return to the tough sanctions on the Iranian regime.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics U.S. President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent, Jagrati Dave, has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
As we kick off the greatest day of the week, close out the weekend. Hello to Kevin. Check it in. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Thank you to our veterans out there. Happy Veterans Day. It looks like Josh is on board. Gary, morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Greatest day of the week. There you go. He said the air feels so much fresher now that we have Trump returning to the White House. Yeah, big question marks there. Roe-Key, I've got a full breakdown on that. He said 2020, Joe Biden, 81,284,666 votes to Trump's 74,224,000, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward to the 2024 campaign. Kamala Harris, 71,239,000 and some change. Trump, 74,834,000. After the incredible turnout of the 2020 election, they tell us it was supposed to be even bigger this year. We've got 10 million fewer ballots cast, and it gets even more sinister than that when you look at it. Just kind of you reminisce. We were in the midst of COVID, and all these states changing their rules, literally sending absentee ballots to everybody on the voter rolls. And like I said, we'll break that down a bit more in depth coming up here. First of all, good morning. Horse Feathers, what's happening?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So So do you think in the future there'll be some investigation about that, and that whole election will have an asterisk next to it?
Good
Possibly.
question.
Well. So did I catch this right? Captain Ron's out there trying to get himself a free meal for the greatest day of the week. Is that what I'm understanding he's trying to do?
Well, he normally gets about 6 free meals, but he's not going to do that this year, he said.
Well, that's just something going around, saying it's the greatest day of the week, trying to get a free meal out of that. I tell you, I don't even try to get a free meal out of the hey Mike, But I don't know. Got to watch that guy, shifty character that he is. But anyways, well, we finally got rain, Your Honor. You and the AccuWeather guys finally got it here.
You finally driving. When's the last time you drove on wet asphalt?
No, it wasn't in October. It might have been the very beginning of October. I forget exactly what it was. It was like 37, 38 days here with no rain. So it was probably there those first few days of October. Of course, we went to Colorado, and of course you gave us rain and snow out in Colorado when we were out there back the 2 weeks before we did the cruise. So anyways, speaking of the cruise, didn't you guys have a whole big round of strep throat go through the house there a week or so before the cruise?
Oh, it was like 2 weeks before. Yeah, Rowan and Beth had it, and somehow me and the princess did not get it.
Okay. That's what I thought I remembered there, so I don't know. I guess what, somebody must have brought it home for you and give it to you then, right?
Yeah,
you wouldn't go anywhere to you wouldn't go anywhere to get it yourself.
All these grandkids.
But that's right. But anyways, I heard on the news there the Indianapolis Colts, or maybe you were mentioning that the Indianapolis Colts lost to the Bills. And I've heard reported the Indianapolis Colts there, it actually ended up with a backup quarterback there that used to be the starter for the Ravens, that Joe Flacco, who ended up being a pretty decent quarterback for them. And he got moved up there when one of the quarterbacks got hurt way back. And as I say, he took them, and I think they won a Super Bowl with them. And so anyways, I guess he ended up out in Indy. I had no idea that he was there. And I guess he moved up to the starting position there a couple weeks ago because the regular quarterback was, get this, Your Honor, he was tired, didn't want to play. So how do you get to be a quarterback in the NFL and say you're tired and don't want to play when you're getting paid how much money to be out there? But so I guess he lost his starting job. So the way they were talking, they were going to replace him for the rest of the season with Flacco. And so anyways, I guess it's good the Bills won, but I don't know. Kind of would like to see old Joe win some more games there and see what he can do with being in charge, running the Colts up and down the field. But, yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting, that. And I did go to try to catch the weather tonight before I took off, and ended up that our local channel there, when I backed it up there, they had the NASCAR race on, and I did see that Joey Logano won, and I thought he was in the championship contention there, but I wasn't sure if winning would give him the championship, because you never know how all that goes. You can't remember who's where and all that because you're not paying attention. But so I guess what, according to Captain Ron, Joey Logano got the championship then for the next whatever cup it is. I don't know. What cup are we doing now? Is it the Breeders' Cup? I don't know. But so anyways, I guess he won. And yeah, we didn't get to see any of the weather because it went right from being in one of those West Coast races. If it'd been at Homestead, it would have been over a lot earlier probably. And but being the West Coast race there out of Phoenix, it put it right up
much
there
later,
into the Monday or the Sunday night football, which meant there was no news on the channel, so we didn't get to see see any of the weather forecasts. So I'm not sure how long this is supposed to be. From what I was hearing before when they were predicting all this coming was that it's supposed to be just kind of one night, and Monday's supposed to be a decent day. It's supposed to be clearing up sometime in the early morning rush hour, maybe a little after, and then Monday's supposed to be a good day, and then clear a whole week. So we just, one day of rain, one and done, Your Honor, and be glad you got what you did. But we did go out and clean up some leaves and everything and got them all picked up. But I'll tell you what, the big vacuum system I got, it was sucking up a lot of dirt, and by the time we got done, it looked like I was burning the leaves and just sucking them up off the ground, the amount of dust we had in the air. But so anyways, I don't know if the neighbors were real impressed with that. Probably got some dusty cars. I hope nobody washed their cars this weekend. But the one other thing I caught on some news there earlier was, did you hear Cuba had 2 earthquakes?
I saw the headline via AccuWeather, but I didn't see the magnitude.
They were good shakers. They were the 5-something and a 6-something. And so not only did they go through the 2 hurricanes and lacking of power from them, now they've had 2 big shakers down there. They didn't report any injuries or fatalities, but they weren't sure on what the damages were from it. So maybe what little bit of news we can get out of Cuba, maybe you could find something out about that. But tell you the truth, I'm not even. Do you even know who's running Cuba down there? Because it was Fidel, and then his brother Rafael or something like that was running it.
Yeah.
They aren't around it. Are the Castros still around at all anymore?
I don't know who's running Cuba. Good question.
All right. Yeah. Well, maybe we can look into that and figure out something. But see what kind of news source there was. But the one thing I was always kind of interested in, not that I had a whole lot of interest in going to Cuba, even though Obama opened it up pretty good, was to just see what it's like down there. Because from the way I understand, if you go down there, it's like America 1950s kind of. They're still running all the old cars. Probably that 5.7 guy would like going down there. That they're still running all the cars from the 50s and 60s as modern transportation, and that's kind of where they're at. They're like 70 years behind us down there. So, but I will say, after being out on a cruise ship and being out and getting across all 3 of the islands we went across there, and as much as people talk up the islands, it's when you go out into the islands themselves and you actually see where the actual people live out there and what they do out there. Yeah, there ain't no place like home, Your Honor.
It ain't
Lick
pretty.
your heels with your little, with your ruby red shoes, and just say there ain't no place like home. Because anybody that's thinking about they got to leave this country because of an election and can't handle it without going to their little safe space with their blankie and suck on their thumb for a while, just be glad you're here and you have the ability to do that, and you're not somewhere else. Because I'll tell you what, just from the little bit I saw from where we went, it's not very comfy and very cozy to be in. So anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot of that. Things are still pretty quiet, as I say, other than the sprinkle drops we got coming down. So other than that, I guess, unless we come up with something else for you there, we'll let you get on and do a little investigative work there for us, maybe, and we'll let you do some due diligence, even if you want, Your Honor.
The greatest day of the week. So apparently that was a 6.8. That is a pretty powerful quake. 6.8, shaking eastern Cuba Sunday after weeks of hurricanes and blackouts that have left many on the island reeling. The epicenter of the quake was about 25 miles south of Bartolome, Cuba. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the rumbling was felt across the eastern stretch, including some of the bigger cities like Santiago de Cuba. Residents in Cuba's second largest city left shaken Sunday. People in the city flocked into the streets and were still nervously sitting in their doorways. One resident said she felt at least 2 aftershocks following the quake, but that among friends and family she hadn't heard of damages. You had to see how everything was moving, the walls, everything. So it's been a tough stretch for Cuba. Wednesday, of course, Rafael toured across western Cuba as a Category 3, knocking out power island-wide again, destroying hundreds of homes, forcing evacuations of hundreds of thousands of people, days after much of the island was still struggling without power. Now we go back, it was right about the time we were coming back from the cruise. Weeks before, back in October, the island was hit by a 1-2 punch. First, it was hit by an island-wide blackout that stretched on for days, a product of the island's energy crisis. Shortly after, they were slapped by a powerful hurricane that struck the eastern part of the island, killed at least 6. Wow, the blackouts and wider discontent among the people are struggling to get by, stoking protests across the island. But a 6.8 and they also had a 5.9. I guess that was one of the aftershocks. All right. Prayers for the folks impacted there. It's a Monday, the greatest day of the week. It's 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Good morning to Wheelchair Dave. Checking in, saying Happy Veterans Day to all the members of service for the USA. Oh, yeah, Steve, check your secret bunker clock on the wall there. Looks like it's time for a battery replacement. I did set that when we fell back a couple weeks ago, but it's way off now, about 30 minutes. He also said, Steve, please notice that out of the top 5 college football teams right now, 3 of them are in the Big Ten. Yeah, 3 out of 5. All right. Thank you very much, Wheelchair Dave. Good to hear from you. Pappy said, take a look at this, Steve. What they're calling the Trump effect. Within 72 hours of winning the 2024 election, he said the left cannot have this. The left can't claim this. Just some highlights. The first female chief of staff appointed. First in history, I believe it is, right? New York City's going to stop giving debit cards to illegals. Other headlines out of the U.S. U.S. companies bring production home. Stock market hitting all-time highs. Bitcoin hitting all-time highs. Headline out of Mexico, the newest migrant caravan is breaking up. Some are giving up their quest to get to the USA because change is coming on. News out of Qatar. Qatar agrees to evict Hamas leaders. Now, speaking of Hamas, Hamas wants an immediate end to the war. On to Afghanistan. The Taliban claims they want a new chapter. Headline from China. China wants a peaceful coexistence. From Russia. Headline, Russia is ready to speak with the U.S. From Europe. The European Union wants to buy U.S. gas, not Russian gas. Last headline out of Ukraine. Ukraine leaders are in talks with Trump and Elon. All that within 72 hours. But so I guess the old conspiracy theories are just being reignited now, going back to 2020, for the many who have raised questions about possible fraud. Of course, you were censored, you were deplatformed, you were stigmatized. The results of the 24 election appear to have vindicated some of those skeptics, at least in their understanding that there was something anomalous about the number of votes that Joe Biden supposedly received. The official story regarding the 2020 elections, that President Trump received 74.2 million votes to Biden's 81.2. Total combined over 155 million votes. According to the Decision Desk headquarters' latest count, Trump secured 73.2 million last Tuesday, Kamala 68.6. A combined total 141.8 million. There were still some votes being counted in states like California. Yeah, CNN had the number at 72.8 million Trump, 68.1 million Harris. For some sense of historical context, in 2016, Trump secured 62.9 million, Hillary 65.8 million. In 2012, former Utah Senator Mitt Romney netted 60.9 million. Barack Obama secured 65.9 million. Kamala's performance, as measured by the popular vote, appears to be more or less in line with Hillary and Barack Biden's supposed result, on the other hand, stands out like a sore thumb. Every time except 2020. Of course, last week, Democrats and their allies in the liberal media started asking, well, how could we have had record turnout in 2024, yet still have Harris tens of millions of fewer votes than Joe did 4 years ago? By asking that question, they kind of unwittingly prompted folks to, that's what we were saying. Zero had shared a graph comparing the popular vote results in 2012, 2016, 2020, 2024, writing, sorry to beat a dead horse, but can we go back to what happened here? Yeah, let's go back. American voters want to deserve to know precisely where 81 million votes appeared from and how all the official 2020 evidence collected via the courts in the states was never properly analyzed, summarized, or presented. It's a huge public topic, according to the Rasmussen reports. We'll delve a bit more into this again. Just an anomaly? I don't think so. First, we got to get our news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics US President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent Jagrati Dave has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. One, Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the 2 biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day 1 of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty, and that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
Much of this, of course, will be determined by the composition of Trump's new foreign policy team. It could include his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in an unofficial position focused on the Middle East, with the Ukraine negotiations to be handled by his Secretary of State, possibly the extreme right Rick Grenell, who served as Trump's ambassador to Germany first time around. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Donald Trump speaks to Vladimir Putin, tells him to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden is also likely to urge Trump to not abandon Ukraine when he meets with him at the White House this week. Pro-Palestinian protesters detained in Amsterdam for defying a ban on gatherings. Hundreds demonstrated over the weekend demanding an end to the war in Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
very interesting breakdown from FreightWaves. Tracking all things freight moving around the country. Ships, trains, trucks. Which says, I've been closely following the freight market. And it's clear the Great Freight Recession has ended. After the most prolonged freight recession in history, the market's been showing signs of recovery. This shift is backed by Sonar data, confirming a market turnaround. Tender rejections are rising. The increase in tender rejections to over 6% signals the market is tightening. After seeing rejections dip to 3.4% post-Labor Day last year, this indicates carriers now have more control in choosing which loads they accept, thus shifting market dynamics in their favor. Spot rates are climbing, surpassing those of 22 and 23, which tells me there's either a surge in demand or a decrease in available capacity, which I would lean that direction, or could be both. This could catch many expecting the low rates to persist off guard. Truckload rates are up to $1.78 from $1.54 a year ago. Carrier revenge could be coming next year. Carrier revenge implies that carriers, after a period of low rates and high competition, might leverage their position to negotiate better rates or reject tenders more selectively in the coming months. All right, decreasing capacity. The upcoming implementation of the FMCSA's Clearinghouse 2 regulation, which I think that's 1 week from today, November 18th, we believe will have a significant impact. Trucking expert Adam Wingfield says that 177,000 truck drivers could potentially lose their CDLs, further tightening the market as state agencies have to query the clearinghouse for any licensing actions. All right, drivers, make sure and check your clearinghouse status. If you're in a SAP, be sure you are properly set for a return to duty before that deadline. On down to political influence. Trump's election could accelerate the freight demand as policy changes could stimulate economic activity, increasing the need for freight services. This includes income and corporate tax cuts, bonus depreciation, pre-stocking for tariffs, investment in domestic manufacturing, and the change in freight dynamics from containers to surface. Trucking, rail, and domestic warehousing. Now, immigration. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 20% of truck driver employees are immigrants. Now, obviously, many of these are legal immigrants into the U.S. There are numerous reports of drivers using international driver's licenses and fake documents to drive in the U.S. It's hard to know what the percentage is. Data is sparse, but having been around the industry, any opportunity to game the system will undoubtedly be used. Are undocumented workers 1% of the population or 10%? I don't know, but if Trump follows through on his threats of deportation, this could remove some percentage of the trucking excess capacity and make it harder for carriers that skirt the law to stay in business. The current sentiment is, following a decisive election, I believe the freight market is recovering and might exceed expectations over the next year. And lastly, he says, do not rely on lagging data. The current conditions in the freight market have been debated extensively, but with the volatility of freight, it is imperative to make decisions based on the freshest, most accurate data. This can only be accomplished with high-frequency data that offers real-time insight into market conditions. Sonar's high-frequency data is refreshed data and offers real-time supply and demand metrics with the most accurate spot and contract data in freight. This scenario points toward a robust recovery in the freight market, potentially leading to higher freight rates, a shift in power dynamics between shippers and carriers, and an overall more vibrant market environment. Shippers are advised to prepare for these changes by locking in rates or diversifying their carrier base to mitigate risks associated with routing guide breakdowns. Is the Great Freight Recession finally over? Good morning to Philip in Florida. How's the new week starting out for you?
Don't know. I'm just going to work right now for the first time, so we'll see how she plays out. How y'all doing today?
I can't complain. Doing all right.
Hey, you heard any more about what Trump's going to do with Elon and his cabinet?
I know he's gonna work with Elon. I thought the last I heard, Elon's got so much on his plate that he doesn't really have time, to dedicate to like a full position on the cabinet.
Yeah, just think about the advantages for Elon with this administration, Steve. So every time we go to launch a Starship and we have an FAA problem, we might not have those problems anymore, if you know what I mean, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Elon is going to have a lot more play with NASA now. This might make his relationship with NASA a lot better, too, as well. Not to mention, think about this, Steve. We got the Space Force now, right? That's the other part of the Army, or the armed services that we have now, that they need equipment to go into space. Guess who could supply that equipment for them? So this is going to help Elon a lot with his corporations, even Tesla, with batteries. He's developing a new battery. He's trying to get away from lithium. Okay? Well, that all has to get passed through the government before it can be implemented, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is going to have a lot of advantages for Elon and his corporation and all his self and everything, his companies, all this stuff. It's going to make it a lot easier for him to get stuff by, and I hope a lot more business leaders look at that model as well, because we have a lot of companies that have great products that could be brought here from other countries as well that could be out here right now, and we're utilizing them, other than China and those countries. So what do you think, Steve?
I think it'll be a good thing, and yeah, obviously, Tesla's stock is up pretty big since the election. I saw a headline where some of these hedge funds that were shorting Tesla, betting that the stock would go down, have lost like $5 billion since Trump was elected.
Yeah, there's a lot of companies that are shorting stock right now for the election. The election has a big deal with the stock market. I could see a lot of companies changing their philosophies and the way they do things now. We're going to see a lot of big corporations going back and changing their philosophies, and that's something that we need to pay attention to. A lot of these companies changed their tune with COVID, and then a lot of things have happened over the last couple of years, if you know what I mean, and it's put a different deal on it. And it's going to change a lot of corporations. It really is. And if they don't change their philosophies and the way they do things, who knows? You might see some big names going out of business. We've already seen enough restaurants close in the last few months to last us a lifetime. Look at all the closures that we've had with Denny's,
right,
Red Lobster, and all these different restaurants and whatnot. Your Fish's Big Boy,
Yep.
A lot of those closing down. A lot of, And a lot of these companies are going to have to change the way they do business. I think the problem is that we've got away from business and we focus more on politics, if you know what I mean, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's our problem right now. What do you think?
Well, we were already seeing the trend of the DEI stuff and all this brainwashing. So many big companies backing off on that due to the backlash from conservatives. I think there's a lot more of that stuff that's going to be going to the wayside.
There is. There's a lot of us out here that don't. We're more worried about working than we are about that stuff.
Yep.
And and that's the way it is. I mean, I myself as an average guy out here just working, I'm more worried about putting food on the table and setting up my house, that kind of thing, paying for my house, that kind of thing, than I am about the inclusion and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's what companies need to focus. Companies need to focus on business. Okay, what can you do to promote your business and get it making to where it's more profitable? Okay, I don't care if it's a theme park. I don't care if it's a trucking industry. I don't care what it is. If you are losing money in your business, you need to figure out why your numbers are down and adjust it appropriately. And we're not doing that. You know, and that's what's happening. You know, you've seen it with Coke, you've seen it with Budweiser, you've seen it with a lot of companies. You know, we need to adjust and get back to what we're supposed to be doing, which is making money. I hate to be that way. I hate to be cold and callous about it. But let me tell you what, when it comes down to the end of the day, that's what pays the bills. That's what pays the bills. I mean, it's a sad reality, but that's the way today works.
Yep.
You know what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely.
And it's something that we got to address. You know, we're going to see a lot of changes. We're going to see a lot of changes. The Ukraine change, I think this is what we need to see. Instead of paying somebody off and giving them money with your foreign policy, how about let's go over and see how we can end the situation or how we can resolve the situation. You're not seeing that now, are you, Steve? Right. It was, let's give Ukraine X amount of money. Okay? And nothing against Israel. I like Israel. I'm all for Israel and how they handle things. But same thing there. We see a lot of money going to Israel. We see a lot of money going to a lot of places that don't need to be going. You know, situation with Ukraine is a big one because of the amount of money that we've seen funneled into Ukraine. Think about this, Steve. Right after COVID, there was a lot of money made after COVID. And what I mean made it was made, but it didn't have anything currency-wise standing behind it. And we need to not have that happen again. And you know what I'm talking about, Steve. And that's the kind of stuff that's put us into the struggle that we're in with right now. And that's something that we got to address. You know, if you got money out there, you need to back it up with some other kind of currency or something that's eligible with it. So
you mentioned
that's all my fault.
You mentioned Elon Musk, and it was I saw the headline where supposedly Elon was actually on the phone call between Donald Trump and Zelensky there in Ukraine. I'm not sure what Elon would have been a part of that conversation as, but what do you think Elon's input to Zelensky would be?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you, unless Elon's trying to get into a foreign policy deal and trying to help out with foreign policy.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Steve. Do you guys know that Danica Patrick was with Trump all the way?
Yes, I did.
You know, she was at his.
I did see that she came out in support. Yes.
She actually was at a bunch of his different rallies. She was at the rally the night that he was at his last rally right before the election. She was there and was supposed to speak, but she said, "No, I'm gonna back off." He he's going to do all the speaking, and they gave him more time to say what he needed to say before the election. She said it on Twitter. She's been on Twitter, and I'll tell you folks a lot of things. I've often heard this in the last year or so, that everybody needs to watch Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. But you know what, Steve? I believe it now, because a lot of these people you never even think of that are supporting him, and a lot of people are supporting different folks, are on Twitter, and they're making their stance on Twitter now, or X. And I think it should be paid attention to just as much as Facebook. Now, I'm not into social media as much as everybody else is. I do think it's kind of crazy that on the social media that I've seen since the election, we got a lot of people that don't want to deal with people they've made friends with because of their political stance. We shouldn't be that way. If we want to make this country better, we need to get together, not be hurt because somebody didn't vote for your candidates. And I've seen that since the election. Everybody, I'm not going to do it because you did this or that. You're acting like a sore sport. Just move on. So, but that's all I pretty much got today. But I know I've taken up enough of y'all's time. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me.
Philip, off to work we go. Get the new week started here.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
A quick answer to Philip's question in regards to Elon. I guess it was discussed on Fox Morning Futures, interview with Maria Bartiromo. Trump has suggested Elon Musk could play a key role in his second administration as Secretary of Cost Cutting, as he put it. Praising Musk for his business acumen and his ability to reduce cost, he said that the Tesla and SpaceX CEO is dying to take on the task of trimming government expenses. He said Musk would not hold a formal cabinet position, though. He doesn't want to be in the cabinet. He just wants to be in charge of cost cutting. He added that Musk had promised to reduce cost without negatively impacting services. Trump also highlighted Musk's ongoing efforts with space exploration, claiming the billionaire is committed to sending a rocket to Mars before the end of Trump's administration. That's rather ambitious, right? Now, Musk's track record on cost cutting has been most notable at X, where he laid off a significant portion of the workforce after buying the company in 2022. Either way, Trump expressed confidence in his abilities, calling him a great guy, and mentioned his endorsement of the campaign. Of course, he appeared at a number of rallies. So for whatever reason, those two have developed a rather close relationship in recent months, especially. Hey, good morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I just got a notification on my phone that Lehigh Valley, 78 eastbound, has a fatality accident that the coroner was en route. They're underneath the Route 145 bypass or overhead, which is at the bottom of the Allentown Hill. Well, and there's a sharp turn there, so I suspect that's where the accident is. I never laid eyes on it. I just letting the other drivers know if they're traveling in the Allentown area, they probably jump on 22 to get through Allentown.
Okay.
So, yeah. But anyhow, I also went to that truck show for Micah Diffenberg, the guy who had cancer I talked to you about last week. And, our company was in charge of parking cars. And while we were there, my boss came up to me and he says, "Hey, you got your safety vest on?" I said, "Yeah, it's in my truck." He said, "Go get it and put it on and stand out there in the middle of the street and block traffic to help the trucks get in." I was like, "Oh, yeah, sure, I was going to do that." And then after a while, I started thinking about what's my boss trying to tell me, that I'm supposed to stand out there in traffic? He's trying to get rid of me or what? But anyhow, we all had a good time, and I was surprised about how many different types of trucks that were there. There was a guy from Maine and a guy from where was it? Kansas or Indiana or somewhere out there. And for feed companies to cement trucks to flatbedders.
So actually had a pretty good turnout. Hey, I have to pause there. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics U.S. President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent, Jagrati Dave, has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. One, Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Back on a Monday. The greatest day of the week. Says who? So all things considered, sounds like you had a pretty good...
I was really impressed with how many trucks showed up at this trucking benefit. There was about 103 of them. And also, if Horsefeathers ever wants to expand his fire truck fleet, one guy showed up with one of them old-time fire trucks on his flatbed, the kind where the Keystone cops would like hang off the side, it was all open. I mean, there's another fire truck there he could have got for his collection there, but yeah, so, there was a lot of great food there and stuff for the kids to play with. They had a ventriloquist there, and they also had a bluegrass band there, which Ashton Mario Kart, he really likes the bluegrass music. He was all excited about that, and so we all had a great time. I couldn't go to church on Sunday because my feet were hurting so much for me, because I was on my feet from 7 o'clock till pretty much 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So
long
7
day.
o'clock morning to 5 o'clock. I'm used to sitting on my butt more than I'm on my feet, so was not quite ready for it. But what's going with what Horse Brother said earlier about the rain. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of rain. At our house, I have a monitor gauge hooked up to the internet and that, and it showed that it was 36 days since we last had measurable rainfall, and I think that was like in October 5th. And at our house, it was 200ths of an inch. That was our last rainfall that was measurable. So, and then before that, I think it was like almost 2 weeks. So, yeah, we've been really dry, and there's been a lot of little brush fires and wood fires and stuff around. And I know this weekend, they're at Redding, Never Sink Mountain. It's like a nature preserve, and I think that pretty much the whole thing went up in flames. I'm sure it started Friday night, but yeah, they called in water tankers in on Saturday, and by Saturday night they had it sort of contained. They still going to spend a couple of days mopping it up, but yeah, so it's been dry, and thankfully the rainfall we got at our house was a little over 0.4 of an inch, and it's coming as a slow, steady rain, so it's really soaking into the ground, and that's what we need. So, yeah, so hopefully times have changed and we can have more rainfall now to benefit the groundwater situation, because that's where I get my water from the ground.
Yep.
But so yeah, that's about all I have, and really appreciate your show there, Steve, and we'll speak at you later.
Appreciate you chiming in this morning. Buckwheat, you have a great day. Safe travels out there. Before I get too far ahead, let me step back again. We were talking the anomaly. When you look at the numbers, going back 2012, 2016, then you had 2020, then 2024. 2020, yes, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Blaze television contributor T.J. Moe said, "There's not a single honest person in America who believes Joe Biden got 81 million votes. The election in 24 made it clear something was amiss in 2020. History will acknowledge this." The former Republican National Committee spokeswoman said, "Where did all the Democrats go?" The glaring discrepancy also caught the eye of Joe Rogan, who jumped on the Trump bandwagon at the last minute, who noted on his show, it's so crazy. You look at it and you go, is this real? He noted that the consensus in the lead up to the 24 election, it was, quote, one of the most consequential elections ever, such that there was some expectation that voters would turn out for Harris in similar numbers as they supposedly had for Biden. Look at the difference in how many voted for Biden in 2020. It is unprecedented. It's way higher than any other time. And that's what's crazy. Otherwise, they're consistent. Look, every election, they're like 60. 60 million, 65 million, every time except 2020. In 2020, it goes way the blank up. Nathan Hughes of Arkansas, one of the January 6 protesters prosecuted by the Justice Department, noting Obama got 69 million votes. Kamala got 68 million votes. But they want us to believe Joe Biden somehow got 81 million votes, despite losing nearly every bellwether county. They raided our homes. They sent us to jail for asking where those votes came from. They couldn't manufacture and pump them up into the system like they did during COVID. When pressed about what might have changed, One popular YouTube influencer suggested this time around they did not have limitless ballots like they did in 2020. In 2020, they mailed out ballots to everyone. They changed the rules for indefinite confinement, drop boxes, never did signature matches in Georgia. It was designed to facilitate ballot harvesting so that they could come up with the ballots to meet whatever number was required to win. Plus, they had the cover of Twitter, which was not yet controlled by Elon. And the courts never stepped in like they did this time around. Some conservatives are hopeful that with the Republican trifecta at the federal level, there might be some answers and accountability coming. If this entire phony thing is getting swept out, Biden's getting swept out, Kamala's getting swept out, MSNBC's getting swept out, the Justice Department's getting swept out, the FBI. He said, you people suck. Now, Steve Bannon, who long complained about election shenanigans in 2020, added that Trump may be emphatic. He may have a kind heart. He may be a good man, but we're not. And you deserve not retribution, but justice. As you recall, the liberal media rushed to reassure us in 2020 that everything was legitimate. It just, if you're sensible and you look, it was a big, big election between Trump and Hillary. It was a big election between Trump and Joe. You go back to even Barack Obama. The numbers are pretty much consistent across the board, with the exception of 2020. Just saying. All right, we'll get to other industry headlines coming up here. Let me see. Brain Dead, I believe, is on board. Brain Dead. So out there delivering the groceries on a Monday. Yeah, well, the weekend went by mighty quick, and I was under the weather, but here we are.
Yeah, I forgot. That's what you told Big Ed before I had to jump out at the store. But yeah, Steve, I don't know what to do with Dingbat. I really don't, Steve. Herport Gators got, well, I can't use those words. Stomped by Texas over the weekend. So it was all I could do to get her out of her safe place with a little security blanket. I mean, Steve, it was horrible. I mean, she tried to tell me that we was going to lose to Mississippi State, and I'm like, no, we're playing a high school team. So it's going, like Ed said, it's going to be an interesting game. I'm going to use a term that probably nobody's probably heard in a while. That game is going to be a slobber knocker, and it's going to be a good one, Steve. But do you want to catch a break real quick and come back, or are we good?
We could take care of that. Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll be on track correctly. Yes. And then I'm looking here trying to find the headlines. Somebody said, how do you have a pace car? The pace car brought out a red flag caution apparently yesterday. We've got to get the rest of the story.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I'm kind of thinking back. Was it something reminiscent of Juan Pablo Montoya running into the track dryer years ago? Was Juan driving the pace car yesterday?
Juan will never know, Steve. But yeah, that was kind of a freak. That was kind of a freaky thing. But Friday they had one of the injunction hearings for the charter lawsuit. I'm going to set that to the side right now because it's a lot to unpack, and I'm going to just kind of hold off on that. But did you hear the sad news that happened in the world of NASCAR on Saturday night?
Yeah, the Allison passing away, Donnie.
Bobby.
Yeah, Donnie died in the helicopter crash. Yeah, Bobby Allison, yes.
No, you're thinking of Davey.
Was it Dave? So
Donnie Allison
Davey, Donnie,
and
Bobby. Yeah, I got them all mixed up, don't I?
Yeah. You know what? Drink another Skull Buster. We'll come back to you in a minute. But anyway, Donnie Allison was the one that got into the wreck with Cale Yarborough at the 79 Daytona 500. And Bobby Allison started the fight between him and Cale Yarborough. And, you know, you really can't say anything bad about him. I mean, when you think of NASCAR, you automatically think of the Pettys, the Earnhardts, the Alabama gang with the Allisons always pop into your mind. I mean, he went into the Hall of Fame in 2011. He's fourth on the all-time wins list with 85 wins. I mean, he's won the Daytona 500 3 times, and he's one of 10 drivers, 10, that have won the Grand Slam. That's the Daytona 500, the Winston 500, the Coke 600, and the Southern 500. So, I mean, there's really nothing you can't say. But, there was a rumor floating around right now, Steve. Now, we're talking about 2311 here and later on. But there's a big rumor floating around that 2311 may be shutting its doors for next year.
Really?
Denny Hamlin supposedly said in an interview that everything for 2025 is to be determined. So it's going to be something to watch. And speaking of something to watch here, now on Friday, Steve Phelps held the State of the NASCAR speech, or what do you call it, a little summit, conference, whatever, I can't remember. Now, he has hinted they're very close on adding a fourth manufacturer. Now, the conspiracy theorists are working again, Steve. I don't know what we got to do to keep them from overtime. The rumors going around is that Dodge is making a comeback. Now, some of them are hinting that Honda is going to make a jump because they're real heavy in the IndyCar series, and you know who owns IndyCar? That's the captain himself, Roger Penske. Now, also, too, Kia, a few years back, was interested in coming into NASCAR, but also Nissan is now expressing interest. So, where will this go? Only time will tell. Now, Christopher Bell, remember him from the previous week at Martinsville?
Right.
He also said in an interview Saturday at Phoenix that he felt he was cheated out of the championship, and I agree with him. I do feel like he was cheated. He was run up the track into the wall and had to ride the wall for a minute to get off the wall. And he also said that it was not his choice, and that that he should be in the championship because of what happened with the manipulation, and that Byron should be penalized as well. Well, Byron had no knowledge of what was going on behind him. But I do see his point, because they did set it up for Byron to go through. At the same time, though, both of them should have been disqualified, and I think Chase Elliott would have been next. But then you would have, there's no way to please everybody, okay? There's no way. The thing is, though, you've got the off season. Let's go ahead for next year. Now, Xfinity was announced that they're going to be returning to the series next year to sponsor the former Busch Series, or I don't know, whatever the hell you want to call it. Also, too, FedEx announced that they are not coming back. They're reshuffling some of their sports marketing portfolio to cut costs. Now, could this be a sign that something bigger is happening with FedEx? Because they pulled the naming off of the stadium in D.C. I can't think of what the hell they call it now or then. But FedEx is slowly pulling all of this back. So is something going on internally? Who knows? But the whole the NASCAR thing, it was a good advertising. It was helping them out to bring brand awareness. Now, your Truck Series champion is Ty Majeski. Now, Steve, if you remember right, he was also the same one that got fined for missing media days for going to Wisconsin to vote in person where he lives. Talk about irony here. But also, did you hear about our Malcolm in the Middle, Frankie Muniz? Did you hear about him?
I did hear about that, a few weeks ago. Going to be driving full-time in a truck next year, right?
Oh, no, Gracie. Oh, no. So even worse than that. Friday night in the truck race, he got hit hard in a multi-truck accident. He did get out walking, limping, kind of hunched over. I just hope he's okay. I mean, he's got to do something being in the middle there. But now talk about some good news. Junior Motorsports and won the championship Saturday night with Justin Allgaier. Now, Justin Allgaier won his first ever Xfinity championship. I say this too, it's well overdue for him. Very well overdue. Now, also too, like Captain Ron said, Joey Logano did win the race. Now, he did make mention on the radio that he saw that Chevrolet is manipulating the race again. I don't know how you do it when you're out front, but man, that's probably because of lap traffic too. But also too, NASCAR went to the OEMs at that state of NASCAR little whatever, and they pretty much said that there's going to be big fines next year if there's that manipulation that comes down. It's not going to be just the teams, it's going to be the manufacturers. But the bigger question is, how are you going to prove this? That's the bigger question. And it's going to be really interesting to see in 25. So With Steve like that, I got to get on the Poplar Bluff. You have a good morning, my friend.
All right, keep those groceries stocked. There you go. All right, just let's see. Heads up, we'll give you advance notice because inquiring minds would like to know from November 18th through the 20th. Kentucky State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division will be participating in an FMCSA event focused on safety. Behaviors like aggressive driving, speeding, tailgating, failing to wear a seatbelt, driving under the influence, all part of the focus of Operation Safe Drive. Kentucky State Police honored to be part of this initiative to make it safer for everyone to travel through our state during the upcoming holiday season. We're committed to preventing dangerous driving behaviors and educating motorists on sharing the road with commercial trucks. During this time, state police commercial vehicle inspectors will open scale facilities to verify the drivers meet the requirements of safety regulations, hours of service, CDL compliance, medical certification. They've also advised all motorists to consider the following: stay out of the blind spots of commercial vehicles, pass safely. Before passing, make sure you can see the truck driver in the truck's side mirror. Use your turn signal. Do not cut off large vehicles. It takes a large truck at highway speeds the length of 2 football fields to stop. Do not tailgate. Just some advice. But yeah, the 18th through the 20th, the holidays are approaching rapidly. It is 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics U.S. President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent, Jagrati Dave, has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. One, Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the 2 biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day 1 of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty. And that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
Much of this, of course, will be determined by the composition of Trump's new foreign policy team. It could include his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in an unofficial position focused on the Middle East, with the Ukraine negotiations to be handled by his Secretary of State, possibly the extreme right Rick Grenell, who served as Trump's ambassador to Germany first time around. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Donald Trump speaks to Vladimir Putin, tells him to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden is also likely to urge Trump to not abandon Ukraine when he meets with him at the White House this week. Pro-Palestinian protesters detained in Amsterdam for defying a ban on gatherings. Hundreds demonstrated over the weekend demanding an end to the war in Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, so welcome into a Monday. The 11th day of November, Veterans Day. So that's federal holiday, right? No mail, no bank. Some businesses closed. I see a lot of folks sharing the meme. What is a veteran? A veteran, whether active duty, discharged, retired, or reserve, is someone who at one point in their life wrote a blank check made payable to the United States of America for an amount of up to and including their life. That is honor. So there's way too many people in this country today who no longer understand that fact. Yeah, happy Veterans Day. Happy Veterans Day to you.
Thank you, sir. Steve, I'll be honest, man. It's cool. I was in the Navy and everything. And when I think of Veterans Day, Steve, I think of combat veterans, man. I mean, thanks to everybody that served, but man, when this day to me, when you tell me you want to honor a vet, man, to me, it's let's honor a combat vet, man. I mean, these guys, come on, man. So they're true veterans, if you ask me. I was never in combat. So hats off to these guys. Hey, it was a Jarhead's birthday yesterday, Steve.
Yes.
So happy birthday to the Marine Corps. Besides the Special Forces type Navy SEALs and stuff, the Marines, by no stretch of the imagination, is the meanest, biggest, baddest ass fighting warrior on the planet. And they also got the coolest looking uniforms. So hats off to them, hats off to all you combat veterans out there, from me to you guys. Steve, remember on election night we were talking about how Steven Crowder made a comment that, hey man, there's some trucks pulling up.
Yeah.
To some of these polling. Steve, I don't know if you heard about this, but this was happening quite a few places, and guess what? People on the side were saying, nope, not coming in. Too many people around, too many cameras around, too many lawyers around. You ain't just turn your little trucks around and go back where you came from. So we owe this to the poll watchers, see? Where the Republicans, after 2020, were like, can't have this again. Can't have the big guy getting 80-something million votes, right? Probably about 30 million of them fraudulent. I don't know, just a guess. Oh, what else going on here, Steve? Hey, Trump and the big guy is going to have a little powwow on Wednesday.
Yeah, right.
Boy, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in this meeting, Steve. Boy. Oh, man. I'd love to see how this goes. Hey, Steve, last week you touched on something. Steve, who's CNN get their marching orders from? In other words, what are they told to say? Why the heck is CNN calling for Biden to hand over the reins to Cackles? It's all innocent, you know. We should have the first female Democrat president. They could try to con him, like I said, as, hey man, you go ahead and pardon Hunter. Get Cackles in there, she'll pardon you. You guys are good to go. Steve, now Trump came out and said, his son came out and said that Trump has no interest at all in messing around with Hunter. None. His interest is making America great again. So, why, Steve, I mean, what have we said in the past for many years? What are the people, these people, like when I say CNN, who they get their marching orders from, Steve, they get their marching orders, we know, from the deep state, the globalists, man. They're told what to say, and they just lap it up. We'll say whatever you want me to say, just pay me. I don't care. Steve, I don't know, man, and what the heck is, can't take all the credit from this because I heard it from, Alex Jones was talking about it. And he was making a little bit of sense, Steve, because when I was saying, what are these people capable of? You know, all this talk lately, did you hear all this talk lately this weekend? They're still, man, talking about, you know, white supremacy and
right.
Trump's, you know, and so Steve, he said, well, what's their plans? Could their plans be to let's get Kamala and Harris here in the White House? We got to convince the big guy to step down and let her in, which I don't know if they're going to be able to convince him to do that, Steve. But if he does, or if something happens to the big guy and Harris gets in by default, what could be their plan? If she's in office, Steve, and something happens to Trump and or J.D. Vance between now and the inauguration day, well, now, who's going to be president? What happens then, Steve? Does the acting president stay in power until they can figure out what's going to happen? Steve, the chances of this are probably slim, but you know what? I just don't put it past them. You know, and here's the thing. I think the popular vote really put a damper on their plans. Dude, that was a big hit to them, man.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to get out and start all these riots, right, and cause chaos in our streets, well, guess what? The majority of the country don't believe their BS anymore. So we're winning, man.
Right. For how many election cycles now have we been through where the president won the Electoral College, but not the popular vote? And that's kind of what they've referenced that for how many times? Yeah, now now that's all of a sudden they can't blame it on that.
Yes, I mean, Steve, we put the whoop down on them, man. That's for sure. I think they saw it. They knew it was coming too. I think they did, man. You know, when you hear about the the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. They really want to know, right, what the people are voting and thinking out here, man. They don't want to skew any numbers like the media or some of these polling places. I think they knew, man, that she's going to get whooped because the American people are just fed up with everything we've had to deal with in the last 4 years. Take this shot or you're going to lose your job. Pick one. I mean, Steve, we could just go down the list. I mean, fortunately, that didn't happen to me, but holy moly, it happened to my daughter. It happened to your daughter. It happened to how many other people listening to your show right now? It happened to how many millions of Americans that were put in that situation? That's just the tip of the iceberg. So we'll see, man. I don't know, Steve. We'll see if they are going to give up power, because that's what's going to happen on January 20th. Or are they going to really put up a fight? And how much of a fight are they going to put up? One thing to remember real quick, Steve, I'm going to get off of here. Listen, come January 20th, it ain't like everything's going to be peaches and roses.
Oh,
man.
yeah, that's right.
Don't expect.
No.
You know, I heard people, there were some people talking, oh, man, this is going to take some time, man. We got to purge some people out of D.C. It's going to take some time to get this border closed. It's not going to happen overnight. And it's going to take some time to get these criminals deported out of this country. So I hope everybody don't just think, yeah, come February 1st, man, it's going to be peaches and cream now. It's going to take some time. So, all right, man, I appreciate it, Steve. Sitting here rolling cigarettes. Rolling squares, man.
All right.
Everybody hammer down, be safe. Thanks for taking the call. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Pappy. So he mentioned the millions. Yeah, it was millions of people who were faced with the prospect. Yeah, take the jab or lose your job. You make the choice, right? I don't know if it's the first of what could possibly be many more. But we kind of saw this day coming somewhere down the line. You're saying that they were mandating things that were unconstitutional. A jury awarded more than $12 million Friday to a woman who lost her job at a Michigan insurance company after declining to get the vaccination. Much of the award, $10 million, is for punitive damages against Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Lisa Domsky, who worked at Blue Cross for more than 30 years, said she was the victim of religious discrimination. The company in 2021 did not grant an exemption from their vaccine policy, despite her insistence that it clashed with her Catholic beliefs. Dominsky's attorney said that she worked 100% remotely as an IT specialist during the pandemic, and 75% before COVID hit in 2020. She's not even blending with people there at the office. Even without the vaccine, she was not a danger to anybody, according to her attorney. Besides punitive damages, the jury in Detroit Federal Court awarded Domsky about $1.7 million in lost pay and $1 million in non-economic damages. Now, Blue Cross denied any discrimination. In a court filing earlier in the case, the insurer said Domsky lacked a sincerely held religious belief. An appeal is possible, but Blue Cross released a statement, didn't make anyone available for comment. While we respect the jury process and thank the individual jurors for their service, we're disappointed in the verdict. We are reviewing our legal options. Will determine the path forward in the coming days. Meanwhile, as the word, the push is on, hey, there's a booster out there. And apparently there's not a whole lot of interest. According to the report last week, just 15.3% of the nearly 8 million healthcare workers in acute care hospitals got the booster this season, according to the Centers for Disease Control. Rates were lowest among nursing home workers at just 10.5%. Yeah, these two events might have affected vaccination campaigns and on-site access to the COVID vaccines in nursing homes, according to the CDC. They found that flu vaccine coverage was 80.7% during this cold and flu season among about 8.8 million healthcare workers employed in over 4,000 acute care hospitals. Coverage with the COVID vaccination among healthcare personnel in nursing homes decreased from 22.8% last year. Coverage was lowest at 12.7% among licensed independent practitioners. Like findings in previous studies, the current findings highlight the need to further investigate what's the deal when it comes especially to healthcare personnel and identify additional strategies to address those challenges. Well, the people just don't want it. Looks healthcare workers are still getting their annual flu vaccination. What was it, 80%? It's just the whole mRNA thing. It is 844-844-3388. Kevin is on board this Monday morning. What's happening, Kevin?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you been?
I can't complain. Another weekend in the books, just like that.
I don't think anybody would listen anyway, would they?
No.
Well, I want to start by thanking all the veterans out there for sacrificing family and beliefs so we can all be free, so one of my middle sons can sleep in bed all day. I just want to thank them. Steve, you remember the Las Vegas shooting?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, I had a buddy go down the rabbit hole on that, and I never did it myself, but they had found that there was a connection between Lockheed Martin and the Clintons with that. That 50 were dead there at the country concert.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just take that. With this on top of it, Biden says, remember when he first come in, he says, be prepared for a long, dark, cold winter. Do you remember that?
So you mean going back when he first took office in 2020?
Yeah, when he first come on, I think it was in the same speech where he was losing patience because nobody's taking their medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Scolding the kids. Well, and then move a little bit more, and then we had the balloons, and we had some other things going on. I personally think within this 3 months, we're going to have a power outage, and that long, cold, hard winter is going to be this winter that he was talking about back then. Rather they won or not, this has probably been in the works and still going to be in the works, and it's not going to be turned back. And I was just wondering, what do you think about that? You think I'm on a track here, or am I just really blowing it out of proportion?
Oh, I mean, there's a new conspiracy born every day. I've not seen or heard anything of that nature in the offing.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I was kind of touching on.
The biggest threat of a major power outage would be tensions between, North Korea or China. If China tries to move on Taiwan, that kind of thing, and they maybe detonated an EMP. But I mean, all I'm hearing right now is it sounds like, hey, Russia wants to talk and China wants to talk, and everybody's like, hey, the new sheriff is coming back in town, and they know who that sheriff is, and they don't want to screw with it.
Yeah, that sure does make me feel a lot better when I do hear that.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. Yeah. So, let's see. I had something else, but now it's freaking left my mind.
That never happened.
Oh, well. Oh, no, every time I'm on hold and I'm listening to the show and the beep comes up, I have everything in my head what I'm going to say, and once I hear that beep, boom, it all leaves, and I'm just a mess. Let me see. I had something else. What was that? Help me, Steve.
I mean, you didn't put anything in the call screener, so I'm not seeing anything except your name. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just said politics. Oh, here's what it was. Springfield, Ohio, with the Haitian minorities living up in Springfield.
Right.
I think everybody's familiar with that.
Oh, yeah.
That's associated with Mike DeWine. Are you aware of that?
What do you mean?
Mike DeWine owns schools in Haiti, and he's named a couple of them after his daughter. And he takes these Haitians, from what I'm finding out, and he brings them over here for the Section 8 from the government. Now, the mayor, I think it's the mayor, and Mike DeWine are kind of working together to help Haitians. But at the meantime, it's not helping anybody else. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that's great that he's doing that. I find that commendable. But what I don't like about it is him just trying to make as much money as he can and just pile everybody up on top of each other so he can have a new home and a car, while everybody else is living uncomfortable.
Well, yeah.
I think that's a little unfair.
Yeah, the people having to pay the unrealistic auto insurance costs due to all the accidents, the impact of students, the overcrowding in the schools, the language barrier. How do you put the kids that have lived there for years with all these new arrivals? You've got to bring interpreters into the schools, all those sort of things, and it's a negative overall impact on the residents there. All right, Kevin, valid points. Thank you very much. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we hit the news break here, bottom of the hour. Much more to come on a Back to Work Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Happy Veterans Day, though. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics U.S. President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent, Jagrati Dave, has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. One, Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, lines available. It's a Monday, the greatest day of the week. It's 844-844-3388. Jerry's on the line, and I see, according to the call screen, that you wanted to talk a little bit about some of the people that are still jailed from the, quote, insurrection that occurred all those years ago, right? Boy, the time is flying by. So along that line, we were sharing earlier some of the things that Trump's campaign press secretary announced over the weekend. He's going to be doing things on day one, beginning the deportation process, bringing Ukraine and Russia to the negotiating table. She said the previous administration did not need acts of Congress to fix the broken border. So all we have to do with regard to the border is put the policies back in place. We can secure it and start making the country safer. We can also get a lot of energy exploration going, which, of course, that'll help bringing down the cost of things. Stop the out-of-control inflation we've been seeing. Trump said controlling the border, ridding the criminal illegal immigrants are among his major priorities. All right, let's see. Trump said he'll spend what is needed to carry out the deportation plans. It's not a question of a price tag. It's not really. We have no choice. When you've got people that have killed and murdered, drug lords destroying the country, and now they're going to go back to those countries because they're not staying here. In regards to those January 6th insurrectionists is the term they use. I've not seen or heard Trump making any statements that he's just going to do a mass grant pardon of all. There were some actors there on that date who were bad actors, who committed criminal acts. My understanding, the plan is on an individual basis, going through their cases. And for the praying grandma that simply walked through that day and exited, didn't commit any sort of crimes except for, quote, entering the premises, those people will be getting pardons. That's my understanding. But it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. Jerry, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Hello, Steve. Great show, as always. Jerry from Fitzpatrick, Alabama. I've called you before a long time ago. And, I Googled this thinking about it. You just don't hear about it anymore. It's a travesty. The Capitol is the people's house, correct? And I believe it's right. And these people that did no harm to anyone got jailed, and they're still in jail. I thought it was about 100 of them, but I Googled it, like I said, and it says 400. And these people are sitting in jail with no charges put on them, and the DOJ is dragging their feet on this, kind of like they do in Russia. Exactly how they do it, like a political prisoner. This is America, man. And I am so glad we're getting these silly joke idiots out of there. The people have spoken, man. They have spoken loud. And what's the worst thing about this? We got 70 more days to put up with these clowns. And all the people have had so much of this mess. And you just want to ask yourself why and how and what are they trying to do to this fabulous country we used to have. And Trump, like you said, is going to be a golden wave and red wave. We're going to bring this place back. And so glad he won, man. I'm just elated. And that's really what I wanted to bring to light. You just don't hear about it anymore. You don't hear about it in the news. Nobody talks about it. And you just talked about that older lady that's in jail, man, in America, just like they do to them overseas in Russia. That is just unbelievable, man. With no charges on them, no date to come up for a court or anything. And I just feel like Trump, the common sense thing, he's probably going to get them out of there. And thank God. And I just hope we can keep Trump alive. I worry about this way more now than ever. And I worried about it before the first time they tried to take him out. And you know who they is. And we've had enough of this mess. And that's really about all I want to say. And I'm just upset about these people sitting in jail, no charges, the political prisoners.
All this time, yes.
And that's about all I wanted to bring.
So much for what they're
not talking about it.
Remember the whole fair and speedy trial? Whatever happened to a fair, speedy trial?
Just nothing. And they took away free speech and, everything, And one of my little jokes I've come up with, I want Elon Musk to buy CNN and shut it down the same afternoon. That's something I come up with. All these fake news. And Trump brought that to light, too. I always thought the 530 News was the 530 News. Nope, he's so correct on everything he says. everything Trump says is true. And if you're a Democrat, you just lied 30 times. No, they're the ones lying all the time. And everybody just got sick of it, and they showed them who the boss was on November 5th.
Right.
And that's about all I got to say tonight. I just love your show, man. It's great. I tell people all the time, yes, it's called a trucker show, but, man, they cover everything. and all the celebrities on here, man, oh, God, I love them all. They're great.
Well, Jerry, I've got your number
guys
down here as a first-time caller. I mean, if you spoke, that's the first time you've ever called here on this network, right? You may have called years and years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I got you down.
I did.
$60 coupon voucher, Hot Shot Secret.
Sure. Oh, heck, sure, thanks.
You'll accept that? All right, and don't be a stranger. That's the big key there, right? The January 6th. Yeah, the violent insurrectionists. Like I said, conservatives, well, we've never said there's no one behind bars that should be. There are some that did bad things that day. But there's a whole bunch who were just innocents in the wrong place at the wrong time, as we know. Now, you got to consider the source if you're going to go to the likes of NPR and their left lean. Yeah, they say Donald Trump has said he would not be a dictator, except for day one. According to his own statements, he's got a lot to do on that first day. Includes starting up the mass deportations, rolling back the Biden administration policies on education, reshaping the federal government, firing potentially thousands of federal employees he believes are secretly working against him, and pardoning people who were arrested for their role in the riot at the Capitol on January 6th of 21. When he took office in 2017, he had a long list as well. Renegotiating trade deals, deporting migrants, putting in place measures to root out government corruption. Those things didn't happen all at once. How many executive orders in the first week? Maybe. Well, there's going to be probably tens of them, I can assure you that, according to his press secretary. They said, a look at what Trump said he will do in his second term and whether he can do it the moments he steps into the White House. That would make most of his criminal cases go away, at least the federal ones. He said within seconds of taking office, he's going to fire Jack Smith. Well, Jack Smith's going to be done anyway. He's not going to need to. The DOJ is already winding down Jack Smith over the weekend. Jack had put the paperwork in to look at how he's going to just wind all this stuff down. Like I said, he's winding down the cases because of the long-standing Justice Department policy that sitting presidents cannot be prosecuted. Now, Trump cannot pardon himself when it comes to his state conviction in New York, the hush money case, but his lawyers are already on that. And there is discussion that may just go away as well. Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, they've already pretty much been put on notice. And what's her name, Fannie Willis, who just won re-election there in Georgia, also. But when you look at the January 6 individuals, many of them are saying, they're thanking their lucky stars that, hallelujah, Trump's taking office. We may be able to get out of the gulags here in fairly short order. We'll return in 2.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888 tax for TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret.
All right, quickly, let's see. As far as the January 6 rioters, Trump has said repeatedly he would pardon people. It's not clear who among the more than 1,500 charged would be subject to pardons. Now, he told reporters in July, if they're innocent, I'll pardon them. Campaign spokeswoman said Trump would decide on a case-by-case basis who to pardon. Already some January 6 defendants and their lawyers have referenced Trump's pardon promises in court since his election last Tuesday. There was a D.C. judge Wednesday that denied a request from the convicted rioter Christopher Carnell to delay a hearing in his case, citing Trump's multiple clemency promises. Attorney John Pierce, who represents January 6 defendants, said we're certainly going to seek pardons. Who else might get a pardon? Ross Ulbricht. Supporters of Ulbricht sentenced in 2015 to life in prison for creating and operating the dark web masterplace Silk Road. Tweeting on Friday, Ross is coming home in January, thanking Trump, who pledged while speaking at the Libertarian National Convention in May that on day one, I will commute the sentence of Robert Ulbricht. Now, commutation is different from a pardon. It does not absolve an individual of guilt, but just reduces their time behind bars. I get it. Trump suggested he was open to pardoning Joe Hunter Biden. The federal tax and gun charges. He told conservative radio's Hugh Hewitt last month, he said, I wouldn't take it off the books despite what they've done to me. When asked if he was open to pardoning the younger Biden, suggesting he's taken the moral high ground compared to the Justice Department, which he claims unfairly prosecuted him. Peter Navarro, Trump left open the possibility he would pardon his former trade advisor, who served a 4-month prison sentence earlier this year on charges of contempt of Congress for defying that congressional subpoena in connection with the January 6 probe. He told reporters that Navarro's a good man. He was treated very unfairly. He was a great patriot. Navarro told the Wall Street Journal back in May that he would reject any pardon offer from Trump because he wants to continue appealing his conviction. When he wrote in a letter from prison at the time, he said, I will not give the Supreme Court any excuse to duck what is otherwise a landmark constitutional case. Then Julian Assange, Trump said in May in an interview that he would give serious consideration to pardoning the WikiLeaks founder who struck a deal with the U.S. government in June to plead guilty to publishing military secrets. Yes, securing his freedom after 12 years in the UK. Some of that's been in prison while he was fighting extradition to the U.S. I'm sure there's others on the list as well, but all right, Dan wanted to chime in a bit about the January 6th detainees. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. Did you ever see any of the film of what went on either on the steps of the Capitol or inside the halls? Or I saw, that film has never really been released. However, Tucker Carlson is responsible for getting who they called the shaman actually released from prison. He had been convicted and sent to prison. And on Tucker Carlson's show, he showed a Capitol police officer opening doors for people and holding doors for people. And then they showed Capitol Police showing this shaman, that's the name he used, showing him through the Capitol and showing him various offices of some of the leaders of the Congress. And his attorney is from St. Louis named Al Watkins. He was on the show with Tucker, and he said, I've never seen that film. And there's such a thing called the Brady rule. Not anything to do with the Brady.
Right.
Not the gun Brady. Right. But the Brady rule goes back to 1963, I think, where if there is freeing evidence, exculpatory they call it, evidence that the prosecutor has, they have to show that they have to give that to his defense attorney. That has to be brought in. If they've got something that'll free somebody, and in this case, they had that film. And his attorney, and again, his name is Al Watkins, he said, I've never seen that film. Steve, within 2 or 3 days, that man was released from prison. And, of course, we've got such a spineless, that's being kind media, you would think somebody would follow up on it. There's a journalist named Julie Kelly. When I get to where I'm going here, I'm going to Google her website. She's on Substack and see if she's come out. But there are tapes. I mean, have you actually seen tapes of people in the Capitol attacking Capitol Police? I've seen one tape of a guy named Byrd, who's the Capitol Police officer. It's sad, but I saw that guy shoot that woman, Ashley Babbitt. I mean, that was out there. Well, shortly after Tucker put this on here, that's spineless, and I'll stop there because I like to use some language we'd only use in a bar. Paul Ryan, looks like a chimpanzee. He is on the board of Fox. Tucker was fired. And, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when they keep saying all these people, but if you see Capitol Police, have you ever seen that film, holding the doors open for those people?
Absolutely. Yes, I've shared a number of them. Yes.
Yeah, which ones you can get. And then inside, so you've seen this film of them showing this guy dressed in that Viking Norseman Nordic-looking outfit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I mean, who are these people who violently attack somebody? Now, the one about the Silk Road, he was put in prison for life for having a website.
I'm not real familiar with that guy, but that was what the story read. I'm not really familiar with that case.
Well, the other problem that they have is the government. They deserve all types of problems for this. But the other problem they have is the J6 committee that are, I hope she's gone forever. I mean, not forever, but I mean, she's washed up. Elizabeth Cheney
right.
was one of the, I guess, the minority represented on it. How that tramp can get out there and say she held that committee, but then they destroyed all the minutes and all the records and everything else. Well, that denies those people who are incarcerated right to get that information. I mean, I don't know who, I mean, are there police officers that have said that they suffered injuries and have filed? I mean, I don't know where the most serious complaints.
Well, I mean, depend on one side of the building. I don't know which. On one side, you had, they had them, Capitol Police, actually opening doors. On another side of the building, there was violence going on for individuals who were maybe picking up the barricades, the bike racks or whatever, and hurling them at officers. Yeah, there were some officers hurt. Yeah, there were some violent actors out there, but an overwhelming majority were just peacefully marching through, questioning the integrity of the election. But we'll pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. President-elect Donald Trump has told his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. The conflict could be one of the topics U.S. President Joe Biden discusses when he meets Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. Our Washington correspondent Jagrati Dave has more.
Donald Trump repeatedly claimed during the election campaign that he'd be able to stop the war in Ukraine without really explaining how. He now appears to have made the first move in that direction in his first phone call since his victory with Vladimir Putin. According to the Washington Post sources familiar with the conversation, the president-elect referenced America's military presence in Europe and said he was interested in talking more about how to resolve Ukraine's war soon. The Ukraine conflict is one of the top foreign policy issues likely to come up during Donald Trump's meeting with Joe Biden at the White House on Wednesday. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told CBS News President Biden will have the chance to talk to President Trump about how he intends to approach these foreign policy issues when he takes office.
India says it's not worried about Trump's return to the White House. Last week, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was quick to call Trump to congratulate him, with the two leaders heaping lavish praise on each other. New Delhi has for decades now enjoyed bipartisan support in the US, and India's Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar says this relationship will only become stronger under Trump.
Prime Minister was among the first 3 calls, I think, that President Trump took. Prime Minister Modi has actually built rapport across multiple presidents. When he first came to DC, Obama was the president, then it was Trump, then it was Biden. There's something natural in terms of how he forges those relationships. I know today a lot of countries are nervous about the US, okay? Let's be honest about it. We are not one of them.
China has rejected Philippine maritime claims and called a new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the 2 biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day 1 of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty, and that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
Much of this, of course, will be determined by the composition of Trump's new foreign policy team. It could include his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in an unofficial position focused on the Middle East, with the Ukraine negotiations to be handled by his Secretary of State, possibly the extreme right Rick Grenell, who served as Trump's ambassador to Germany first time around. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Donald Trump speaks to Vladimir Putin, tells him to avoid an escalation in Ukraine. US President Joe Biden is also likely to urge Trump to not abandon Ukraine when he meets with him at the White House this week. Pro-Palestinian protesters detained in Amsterdam for defying a ban on gatherings. Hundreds demonstrated over the weekend demanding an end to the war in Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, everybody's favorite day of the week. Monday. We left off there with Dan. All right, Dan, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, well, thank you for holding me over. I just, when I see the situation, I don't know how they hold these people and what they're being convicted of. You've put up, you said, the pictures, the films that we have, but there's a lot more films.
Oh, ton, like hundreds or thousands of hours.
Yeah, and they're not hours, and they won't release them. And I don't believe there were any firearms taken from the people who were arrested in there. The only firearm that was discharged, again, was to kill that Ashley Babbitt. And, I just, what's happened is Trump had to be elected because most Americans don't have any confidence in the integrity of the federal government. That's just the way it is, Steve. And that was told to me by a retired FBI agent. And in person. He goes, they don't trust them. And they don't. Why would you? With everything that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just hope, I'm hoping that somebody will get to the bottom of it and find out so Americans really know what's going on. Are you familiar with Julie Kelly on Substack? She's been on this since day one and has raised funds for J6, those charged in the J6 incident at the Capitol. So I just I don't know. It's just like you say. They say, well, there were guns, people, and police officers died, and all this. Well, the guy had a stroke.
Right.
You understand what I'm
Correct.
saying?
Right.
You could have a stroke because an irate caller could call you, and you go home and you're still seething, and you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You go on and on and
yes.
on.
Yep.
Yeah, and the guy didn't really look like he was, and and of course they won't get into his medical records to say that maybe he had been advised that he's got hypertension or anything like that. So I'm hoping that President Trump doesn't let these people languish. I did not know that about Peter Navarro, that he did not want a pardon because it is BS. Eric Holder refused to come before Congress to testify. Nothing ever happened to him. So, you know what I'm saying?
Hunter Biden.
Double standard,
Hunter Biden defied his subpoena and actually showed up. Remember, he showed up before the media out there and after meeting with his father the night before. They knew he wasn't going to be showing up.
Well, didn't he actually appear though?
Well, not before the.
Did he actually?
Not before the committee that had subpoenaed him.
I didn't know. Yeah.
He just showed up outside, got out of the vehicle, and made a few comments there, and then left. Never went in.
Well, and another thing you talked about tonight, and it was talked about on your old station, Willie, and the guy from Newsmax tried to downplay it, but you made it more clear. If you look at the total vote counts, starting back with Obama, or maybe starting back with W in 2004, I don't think that you've seen between 150. When was it 100? How many 100 was it? 150 million?
155 in 2020.
Or
155, and this time around was more like 142.
And have you? Yeah, and wasn't it consistently like back in 16 in between 140 and 145 million?
Correct.
And then you go back to 12, it was in that same range. So where did those extra 10 to 12 million votes come from? I mean, how did Joe Biden end up with 81 million votes? You're saying that there's 10 million people that didn't vote this time that
right.
voted in 2020?
And we're supposed to believe that.
Well, yeah, but they know the number of registered voters. They actually know who voted because you show your ID when you vote. And as this map came out on Breitbart, the Democrats won in the states where there's no voter ID.
Mm-hmm.
This election that we just had last week. So I look at something like that until you brought that up tonight. Well, he brought it up, and this guy, this Leland Vittert, he tried this. Oh, come on, you're smarter than that. You're smarter than that. Well, that's the end of Newsmax for me. I know a lot of you may look at it, and everybody else may look at it. I think that's what he's with. No, he's with News Nation. Maybe I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He's with another Leland Vittert.
Okay,
I think it's News Nation or Nation. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that, but I won't follow that again. And that, Willie, of course, and. He kept saying, well, hey, I just looking at a trend here where all these extra millions of votes come from. And, I mean, where did they come from? And so, anyway, but great show as usual. I'm sorry to hear about your strep throat. Like you say, somebody brought it to you, right?
Exactly.
Because you're in your studio.
Either that
you're
or
in your studio by yourself. And
may have pumped gas, rubbed my eye. It's so. I mean, these kind of things, they go around, but absolutely. And I said the one thing that really surprised me when she said strep throat. She said, "Oh yeah, you're clearly strep throat." I said, "Well, I haven't had a sore. have not had a sore throat really at all," which I thought was. I thought strep throat, really, your throat hurts like you know what. But, all right, the anonymous hippopotamus coming up after Knucklebuster. Semper Fi.
Semper Fi to you, Mr. Steve Summers. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there. And, well, Tennessee's got a family member that was up there on January the 6th. You've read what was... said about it. They said don't believe anything that you read or hear in the news on what actually happened up there because it's not going to be the truth. And I'll just leave it at that. Mm-hmm. So on June 22nd, 2022, Roe v. Wade was overturned. Who was president then?
Roe versus Wade was
Wouldn't
overturned.
that be Dupus Magoo?
That wasn't it at the behest of Trump? I've lost the timing.
Yeah, right. 2022, wouldn't that be Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, women are wearing blue beaded bracelets now, Steve, to commemorate the loss of Kamala Harris. So I don't know what that's going to get them. Well, enough of all that. I want to congratulate Texas for beating Florida 49-17, Ole Miss 28-10 over Georgia, Tennessee 33-14 over Mississippi State, South Carolina 28-7 over Vanderbilt, Alabama over LSU 42-13, Missouri 30 over Oklahoma 23. And just to rub a little salt into the wound there, Steve, Ole Miss beat Georgia 28-10.
Right.
And the only way that we'll show love back to him is if he gets on air and sings Ole Miss's Hotty Toddy. And then we'll forgive him for picking Georgia over Ole Miss. So, well, that's all for right now. We'll let somebody with more intelligence than me get in there. Have a great, blessed
now,
day.
wait a minute.
Brother.
It's normally supposed to be the reverse. I'm supposed to do my due diligence after I talk to the hippopotamus. Oh, well, the roles are reversed.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, I got to follow that up now. Must be you got some good rest down there over the weekend there. He sounded a little more chipper today. So anyway, let's see. Pappy was talking about possibly some of the Democratic people wanting to put Kamala in to be 47, and of course, if that would happen, then President Trump would have to change all of his apparel and gear to say 48.
Right? Yeah,
but,
which that would be just a dig at getting at him, because like I've got my Keep America Great Trump 2024 coin, this one doesn't say 47 on it though, so it'll be okay.
Yeah, but I think the big guy there, Joe and Dr. Jill, I think they, have already felt they gave up enough by not being running to try to run for the second term and be there for another 4 years. And of course, right now they can say that Joe didn't ever get beat by Trump. Trump never beat Joe because he didn't run against him. It was Kamala that ran against him. And, of course, she was never really chosen, and even the Democrats didn't pick her 4 years before there because, 1% of the vote in the primary, and did she even get to Iowa, Your Honor? I don't even think she got to Iowa. But anyway, so, by the non-chosen and just kind of put non-chosen by the people and then put in to run a race. And, of course, she only had 107 days to campaign, Your Honor. She only had she had 3.5 years that she was in office, but I guess she wasn't campaigning.
Right.
But so in that 107 days, she got $1 billion with a B as in boy, $1 billion to funds raised to
spend,
have TV ads and celebrities and concerts and all that. And then they had their last concert there in Philadelphia. And do you know, with having $1 billion raised, they're $20 million in the hole, Your Honor.
Correct.
You got an extra $20 million. You got an extra $20 million. You can loan Kamala to pay off everybody there that came to that concert. Maybe Bruce Springsteen. He had to charge to be at those concerts, and Beyonce and Lady Gaga and that. They all charged to be there. They didn't do it out of the goodness of their heart. And did you hear about Oprah? Did you hear about the interview that she did with Oprah?
I did not.
Oprah had to be paid $1 million to interview Kamala. Now, how much is Oprah worth?
Right.
Isn't Oprah like the richest woman in the world?
Well, yeah.
Isn't Oprah like the richest? Why did she charge $1 million? And I guess Kamala did try to go and do some of the podcasting stuff and thought she'd get in the internet world. And So anyways, whatever this blogger is or podcaster is that has a show, I forget, I think they do it on the West Coast, and she didn't want to go to the West Coast, so they took the hotel room and they made it look exactly like this blogger's set and made the blogger come to Kamala because Kamala wouldn't go to the blogger, and I guess Rogan offered her a chance to be on with him, and she refused to go there because she wasn't going to go out and do anything where she wasn't. Where they didn't have control over her.
He wanted a 3-hour interview, like Trump sat down for 3 hours, and her team said she'll do 1 hour, only 1 hour, not 3.
Okay.
And by refusing that, he said, "Well, no, it's."
Yeah. So anyways, enough about all the election stuff. So Congress comes back January 3rd, correct?
I believe.
I mean, the new Congress starts before the president comes and,
right.
Inauguration day and everything. So is that both houses of the Congress? I mean, both House and Senate both come back on the 3rd? As I say, I'm pretty sure that I heard, Congress did, but I wasn't sure if it was both houses. And I guess my question is we have McCarthy right now as the Speaker of the House, correct?
No,
I believe.
No, it's Johnson.
Oh, Johnson. Okay, I couldn't keep up with what happened here before. So, anyways, does he remain Speaker of the House, or do we have to go through this whole thing all over again and have all these votes to try to see who the Speaker of the House is going to be now? Does that get changed every 2 years?
At this point in time, I think Johnson will remain. I mean, they're going to be looking at a bunch of that stuff here in the coming days, but I think Johnson will maintain his speakership.
Okay. And one last thing, when President Trump starts signing all of his executive orders, do you think Nancy Pelosi is going to push her way to the front to try to get the first pen again? Like she did in 16,
right?
17 there.
Yeah.
She had to push to the front and get that first pass. I don't know. I think she knocked a couple people over to get there, didn't she? Not sure, but anyways, that's about all we got for you, and we'll let you see if you can get somebody else in here. And then, of course, you got your bottom of the hour news, which we're just hoping for the USA News to come back. But was it the leader of India said that he's all up and ready to go to work with
Trump? No concerns about Trump returning.
None whatsoever. Ain't that amazing? So, anyways. All right. Well, thank you, Your Honor. And, of course, a big thank you to all our veterans out there for everything they've done. And we all salute them today. So we got to go home, and hopefully it'll stop raining so I can put my flag up on the mailbox. Holding off. Didn't do it last night. We're holding off. We'll go back home and put our flag up this morning. So after that, we'll talk to you later, Your Honor.
Thank you much. On the greatest day of the week. Dan was talking about the January 6th. And what were they charged with? What are they jailed for? According to Wikipedia, early on anyway, the majority of charges filed against them were for disorderly conduct and unlawful entry. Other charges include assault on law enforcement officers, theft or other property crimes, making threats, conspiracy, including seditious conspiracy, whatever that is. Supposedly there were some weapons offenses. And again, there were no weapons discharged by any of the protesters. I don't believe any weapons were actually taken inside the Capitol building. Apparently there may have been some outside. I don't know the number. So going back to 2021, by October 13 of that year, there had been like 100 guilty pleas. By the second anniversary of the attack, nearly 1,000 people had been federally charged. By August of this year, more than 1,400 people have been charged with federal crimes related to the attack, and over 900 of them have been convicted. Okay, that's where you stand. Yeah, were there 1,400 violent protesters out there that day? I don't think. 25 past the hour. Horse feathers, yes, you mentioned the various podcasts, and it was that last-minute podcast, Joe Rogan. Yeah, how much of an influence you think that might have had? Very interesting to find out over the weekend that one of the architects of Trump's successful strategy to attract young males to his campaign was none other than his youngest son, Barron Trump. PBS reported that in lambasting Vice President Kamala Harris, Trump won 56% of young male voters versus her 42%. Now, that margin likely the result of a Trump campaign strategy to target those voters who, according to Time magazine, absorb their political views from what they call edgy bro podcasts and social media. The Trump campaign decided to let a 27-year-old, a guy named Alex Bruesewitz, to suggest some podcasts for Trump to appear on. But Trump actually had an in-house expert have the final say. Bruesewitz says, I have a list of podcasts I wanted you to pitch, or wanted to pitch you on. To which Trump responded, have you talked this over with Barron? He said, no, sir. He said, call Barron and see what he thinks. Let me know. Barron picked podcaster Aiden Ross. I'm not familiar. Which Time noted that interview went viral, racking up millions of views on the live stream. Barron's dad was never shy about dropping his son's name during the interview. To which he says, my son Barron says hello. He's a great young man. He's a big fan of yours. And he also told Ross, Barron says, Dad, this guy's really big. He's also a friend of mine, a friend of Barron. Then the podcast kept coming to the point where Trump grabbed over 80 million views with those appearances. Trump literally sat for hours at Barron's urging with all sorts of characters that he had almost certainly never even heard of. Questions on whatever they were interested in, drugs, fistfights, UFOs. Trump's senior advisor, Jason Miller, summed up Barron Trump's influence. He said Barron has been very involved in selecting or recommending, I would say, a number of podcasts we should do. Hats off to the young man, he said. Every single recommendations he's had turned out to be absolute ratings gold that broke the internet. So I guess whatever Barron tunes into, but he had some good advice for his dad.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump's named Tom Homan as his new border czar. The former police officer and long-standing immigration official served in the first Trump administration. Homan's previously spoken of the need for a mass deportation policy for illegal immigrants. The COP29 climate summit's getting underway in Azerbaijan. The annual United Nations meeting will be attended by delegations from around 200 countries. World leaders from developed nations face pressure to provide finance for poorer countries to cope with global warming. COP29 President Mukhtar Babayev opened the summit with a warning.
Climate change is already here. From flooded homes in Spain to forest fires in Australia. From rising oceans in the Pacific to barren plains in East Africa. Whether you see them or not, people are suffering in the shadows. They are dying in the dark. And they need more than compassion, more than prayers and paperwork. And they're crying out for leadership and action.
Many Pakistani cities are suffocating under a thick blanket of smog as air quality continues to plummet. The government's resorting to artificial rain in the southeastern province of Punjab to combat the smog. Hira Mustafa reports from Islamabad.
In Multan, a city in the country's west, air pollution levels are near the 1,000 mark. Last week, pollution levels were above 2,000. Air pollution levels of 300 are considered hazardous, but like in Multan, many cities in the Punjab province have record levels of pollution in the last few days. Schools have shut in Lahore, home to 14 million people, as officials try to limit exposure for children. It's also prompted the provincial government to pilot an artificial rain project. Officials say the trial will only begin in Rawalpindi if there's enough cloud cover. Hira Mustafa, Islamabad.
China's rejected Philippine maritime claims and called new legislation an infringement on its territorial sovereignty and rights in the South China Sea. The two countries have overlapping territorial claims in the disputed waters, with encounters growing more frequent and combative in recent months. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed 2 laws last week defining the country's maritime entitlements and set designated sea lanes and air routes to reinforce sovereignty. Beijing reacted angrily. Its foreign ministry said it would firmly defend its territorial sovereignty and maritime rights. Both China and the Philippines claim the Scarborough Shoal and other outcroppings in the South China Sea. Under President Marcos Jr., the Philippines has grown more assertive, with the backing of its ally, the US. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at what Donald Trump's big election win might mean for the two biggest foreign policy crises on the world stage. As you know, the president-elect has vowed to resolve the war in Gaza and the war in Ukraine on day one of his presidency. But what does that look like? Sam Kiley is a veteran broadcaster and writer specialising in international affairs.
On the one hand, you've got his fulsome support for Netanyahu, and then on the other, his suggestion that even before he takes office, he might be able to bring peace to Ukraine. That would only come if there is a commitment handing over the Donbass plus a huge chunk of the east of the country to permanent Russian sovereignty. And that's something that the Zelensky's ruled out. But let's not forget the Europeans also ruled that out. Macron saying at that gathering, the European political gathering of leadership, saying essentially that the EU in the wake of the Trump administration is going to have to start paying a lot more if it perceives the threat to be what it says it is.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All righty, clear lines. On a Monday, it is 844-844-3388. Maybe somebody can help me out with this. We all witnessed in 2016 when Trump was elected the first time around, some of the appointments to the cabinet actually turned out to be backstabbers, haters, doing everything they could behind the scenes to make sure his presidency would fail. Kim shared with me a few minutes ago, she said, this is important. I guess this was a post from Tucker Carlson this past day via X. He said, what the hell's going on in the U.S. Senate? Hours after Donald Trump wins the most conclusive mandate in 40 years, Mitch McConnell engineers a coup against his agenda by calling early leadership elections in the Senate. 2 of the 3 candidates hate Trump and what he ran on. One of them, John Cornyn, is an angry liberal whose politics are indistinguishable from Liz Cheney. These votes will be taking place this Wednesday. It is by secret ballot. It will determine whether or not the new administration succeeds. Rick Scott of Florida is the only candidate who agrees with Donald Trump. I implore you, call your senator and demand a public endorsement of Rick Scott. Don't let Mitch McConnell get away with it again. So, yeah, Mitch stepping aside as far as his leadership role. Yeah, of course, Republicans now taking back the Senate. So we will be it'll be the Senate majority leader. I don't know a whole heck of a lot about John Cornyn. I did have the opportunity to meet him once, and that's all those years ago when we're going all the way back to the very first Mexican border pilot program in the trucking industry, when many of you stepped in, sent a few bucks to send Steve Summers to D.C. to represent truckers and prevent that Mexican pilot program. That was the first go-round. How many years ago has that been? I got to spend 2 or 3 nights up there broadcasting live from D.C. Yeah, I got to actually speak with John Cornyn, who didn't seem to be aware that there was any such thing at the time of the Mexican pilot program. It was the the Federation of American Immigration Reform, the FAIR live broadcast. Broadcasters from all over the country were there, primarily talking about illegals crossing our southern border and whatnot. But we felt like, hey, this is a big issue. This could have a profound impact on trucking. Yeah, personally, I didn't feel like John Cornyn wanted to give me the time of day. I wasn't overly impressed with the guy, but to me, I felt like he was older than dirt then. Well, hell, I'm 60 now. How old is John Cornyn? If there was ever a guy that's up for term limits, I think he should be one. Now, let me move over. You got Josh Hawley of Missouri. Now, where does he stand when it comes to Donald Trump? I guess he was the first that came out in support of John Cornyn on Friday in the race to replace Mitch McConnell. Cornyn running to succeed McConnell alongside, as we mentioned, Rick Scott of Florida and John Thune of South Dakota. Hawley said, I'm backing John for majority leader. In the last 2 years, nobody's done more to win back the majority than he has. Hawley said Cornyn would work closely and effectively with President Trump to deliver on the promise of our new majority. He tirelessly raised millions of dollars for competitive Senate races, including mine, says Hawley. Fundraising has been a focal point for the respective senators vying for the leadership position. Friday, Cornyn announced that he had raised nearly $33 million this election cycle in support of Republican candidates. All right, he's voiced his support of the RECA, R-E-C-A compromise. I'm not real familiar with that. Something that would fairly compensate hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned by their government, including so many in Missouri, according to Hawley. I guess, does that have something to do with, I don't know, what is that, the vaccine or something? Anyway, Hawley said Cornyn would work closely and effectively with Trump to deliver on the promise of our new majority. As we know, Republicans regaining that Senate majority this cycle, flipping a seat in Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Montana, while Nevada and Arizona Senate races are still being counted. Kari Lake is one of those, and there's supposedly some shenanigans again going on there. It's one of those things where you say, all right, in the state of Arizona, if they, by about 4 or 5 point margin, selected Donald Trump to be president, how many of those people would go down the line and then vote for the likes of the open border guy who's opposing Kari Lake? It doesn't make any sense. But again, that's a separate story. Either way, the newfound majority, Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, they tell us, will be moderating a forum for the Senate leadership hopefuls on Tuesday of this week. The night before the conference will cast their votes for who's going to succeed Mitch McConnell. Again, I'm not real familiar. Some of our Texas residents, Eagle may have a better idea of what John Cornyn stands for. Is he a true conservative, or is he more of Tucker said he's more like a Liz Cheney than anything else. Yeah, Rhino. Or, well, that would be the quintessential definition of Mitch McConnell. Yeah, Republican in name only. All right, so you decide, or maybe you can follow Tucker's advice. I don't know a whole lot about Rick Scott either, honestly. I believe he is a strong conservative. I think he would get along well working with Trump in the Senate as far as passing legislation to move forward to the president's desk over the next 4 years. You tell me. But there were apparently in the Department of Justice, the swamp in D.C. right now is beside themselves. They say many senior FBI executives are stunned, shell-shocked over Trump's election victory. Some are concerned about losing their jobs. Well, you damn sure should be. According to several sources speaking to the Washington Times, it's a countdown for FBI Director Chris Wray because people here don't think he'll stay to get fired after what Trump did to Comey. Trump's going to say, yeah, fire his ass. Don't even let him take the plane home. Yeah, that's what he said, referring to James Comey, finding out in 2017 about his dismissal from television screens as he addressed FBI employees in L.A. Comey initially thought it was a joke, but it wasn't. Yeah, media helicopters soon were tracking his trip to the airport. He flew home on the FBI plane, helping himself to a bottle of California Pinot Noir that he obtained on the trip. According to the Times, sources said no one in the FBI at what is known as the GS-14 level or higher is safe from losing their job. In other words, we've been talking about this for how many years now? It's the upper echelon. It's the D.C. field office, the top levels of the FBI that have been doing this hit job on Trump, raiding Mar-a-Lago. No, they didn't use the field office in Florida. They used the Washington field office. So they're all looking at potentially, it could be a house cleaning like none we've ever seen. They expect Trump to, quote, he said, smash the place to pieces when he gets in. It's going to be a bloodbath. I have friends still at the Bureau telling me that no less than 50 senior executives are scrambling to retire ASAP, according to FBI whistleblower George Hill, who spoke to the Times. All those top guys are looking, I better get out of Dodge, as they say. All right, who we got on board? I believe that might be Vic looking to talk about the swamp in D.C. there. Morning, Vic.
Yeah, Steve, I heard you talk about all those FBI executives that wanting to get out of D.C., but what's in the FBI, particularly, they're kind of scattered all across the country in a lot of the local offices. And you had a guy that kept calling about the Delphi murder trials. And I think they're supposed to decide today or still go back to deliberating or something. But there's an individual on Rumble, I think it's called the Interview Room, and he kind of went through that whole transcript and all that stuff. And but some of the stuff that he was talking about, I wasn't too sure how well he did his research, because he said he didn't know about the two Purdue professors that studied the Nordic, the Norse gods and Odin and all that. All you got to do is just punch it up, and their names would come up right off the bat. And the other thing that I can't, I'm just going off of what he said about there were supposedly three police officers from Rushville, Indiana, that were somehow doing some of the investigation. And why that would be the case, I have no idea, because Rushville's clear over by you guys there. That's over next to the Ohio line, and Delvi's almost next to the Illinois line. So I don't really know about that. But the point of it is, whenever all that happened and the FBI used their profilers and everything, the FBI office here in Indianapolis won't win any stars. Remember, they're the ones that were supposed to investigate the subway guy on pedophilia, and one guy retired. And after he retired down in Oklahoma, they found out that he was involved in a lot of this child sexual stuff and everything else. So the FBI particularly needs a good house cleaning, and who's involved in what, who's doing what. But when people are involved in something they don't want the public to know about, they're highly subject to blackmail. And I suspect that whatever it was, they were comfortable with. The people back in Washington, D.C. weren't very happy. And you know how Christopher Wray's been reacting to all that stuff. Like he said on January 6th, he really didn't know how many assets the FBI had there in that crowd, or if there were other people. I mean, his testimony was totally ridiculous. And so, and like here, their investigation on that Delphi murder thing, the individuals talking about that. The one thing that struck me as curious was they made a big deal about that girl's cell phone, and she said the guy looks weird. Well, the guy they have on trial, he was a clerk at CVS that did the pictures and everything, plus he was a pharmacy tech. So, Delphi isn't that big a town, and like those girls wouldn't have recognized him when they seen him. So, there are so many fallacies in that investigation. It's totally ridiculous. But I guess they'll make their decision somewhere in the next day or two. But my point is that, I'm just familiar with what's happened here in Indiana, but I suspect the same thing has happened all across the country. And all I can say is I wish Trump luck in cleaning up the swamp, but 4 years before they tried all that, and all of them have a lot of political friends. So that's going to be one.
And when it
one
comes
major
to
piece of,
for the likes of Mitch McConnell, Mitch and Trump have not seen eye to eye at all, even during the 4 years he was president. And of course, Mitch, stabbed Trump in the back. They're at the end, and now we're supposed to believe that Mitch is all on board and he's happy that Trump won.
No, Trump thought he would appoint Mitch's wife, Elena Joe, Secretary of Transportation, and maybe he would have some sort of a friend, ally, payoff, or whatever, and that didn't work at all because remember, at the time that Trump was appointing a lot of his cabinet secretaries, the Republicans controlled the Senate, and Mitch could have went a long way toward making sure that that got through. That I can't really remember. I don't know if you remember all the different things that Mitch McConnell was letting the Democrats get away with in the Senate in delaying confirmations and one thing and another. So they were actually, Trump was a long way into his first year before he even had his cabinet secretaries fully formed and appointed. And in the meantime, you had that deal with the Obama holdover. That one woman, she was way down the line, that said that Trump was putting together a Muslim ban and not letting Muslims come into this country.
Yep.
And that wasn't true at all. He just wasn't letting terrorists come people from certain countries, terrorist countries, come into this. But she thought, I can't remember her name, and she was like a magistrate or something. She had very little authority. I mean, that's just one example. And whenever they said Jeff Sessions couldn't be in on the Russian investigation, and it's like, what the heck are they talking about there? Because he was a senator at the time. So then Jeff Sessions recused himself. And at that point, Mitch McConnell said, hey, you probably just need to get you a different attorney general nominee, and so on it goes. And no, Mitch McConnell, remember, Mitch McConnell organized the anti-Trump thing in North Carolina, even before Trump got the nomination. And then after he got the nomination, he turns around and says, well, we're going to co-opt him, and met with somebody down there in Mexico. So, no, Mitch McConnell has never been an ally. And like you said, a leopard doesn't change his spots, so I don't know what he'll be trying to do to subvert him. But the swamp is highly redundant, and the bureaucrats kind of feel like they run the country, which they do to a large extent, because they went beyond their role as making sure the government continues to work, and they went into actually the legislative roles. And the politicians, I don't know, they seem to be more interested in raising money and, making money on stocks and one thing and another. And real quick, like on the precious metals, if they kill the Green New Deal, copper's probably going to fall out of bed. How many of the other metals that's going to take with them, I don't know. But if you wanted to look at something, if they get the Green New Deal together, I would suspect that copper, palladium, and platinum will be the first ones to feel the brunt of it. And if they get the inflation, then you're going to see gold and silver next. So anyway, they get about ready to call tonight.
Headed down the home stretch, as they say, on the greatest day of the week.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, quickly, let me take you to the state of, I believe, West Virginia, where the Department of Transportation there is warning drivers to expect an increased police presence on an interstate construction zone after multiple semi-truck crashes occurred in just 24 hours. Officials say last Thursday, November 7th through Friday, November 8th, there were 3 tractor-trailer crashes shutting down multiple lanes in the I-64 work zone through Cabell County, West Virginia. The crashes that occurred Thursday at this time are considered to be the result of driver error, according to the DOT. As a result of the series of crashes, West Virginia DOT is asking the Barboursville Police Department to increase patrols in the work zone to deter further crashes. Also, the West Virginia Division of Highways is planning to conduct a safety review of that I-64 work zone. They did say as a result of the crashes, the project experienced damage to the top 2.5 inches of asphalt in both directions. 2 temporary impact attenuators were destroyed, and there was damage to the median wall. The asphalt and impact attenuators were repaired on Thursday. The median wall damage is being assessed for the total limits of repair, they tell us. Now, they said we would never allow traffic on a roadway that's not safe. Therefore, the work to ensure safety was performed prior to reopening the roadway. But apparently, it's whatever the setup is, slow down, pay attention in that construction zone again along I-64. 3 nasty truck crashes in less than 24 hours period. All right, one more time. Hey, happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there. Enjoy. Yeah, for all those federal workers who have the day off, enjoy that third day of your weekend. We'll see you back here rolling up on the midnight hour Eastern time tonight as we close out the greatest day of the week. Right? Hope you'll join us then for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,